I'll call us back into order from closed session. And we thank you very much for your patience. We had a lot on our agenda in closed session and a few comments beforehand, so we were a little late tonight.
Is your mic on?
I think it's on.
It is on.
Do I need to use my teacher voice?
Yes.
Maybe the teacher voice? Well, I got a thumbs up in the back. We're being heard. I love it. All right. So, Madam Superintendent, I believe we have the Pledge of Allegiance to start. And I believe we have some students who are going to come do the Pledge of Allegiance with us and guide us through it from Hiram Johnson. So students, go ahead and come on forward.
Okay.
المايك ما زمان كده بلان بس
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll sit. We're going to call you back up in a second.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, November 10th at 12 p.m. and Tuesday, November 11th at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located at the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones and place them on silent mode. Thank you.
And tonight, our stellar students who have already led us through the Pledge of Allegiance from Hiram Johnson, feel free to come forward. And I've asked Member Kayada to read your statements.
Okay, it gives me a great pleasure on behalf of President Singh, who unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, to recognize the stellar students from his area. The statements I'm about to read were written by the students and are beautiful, so I'm looking forward to reading them for you. And if you want to just kind of nod or raise your hand when I say your name, then we'll know who you are. So the first person is Zara Rahimi. Zara is from Afghanistan, but currently lives in the United States with her family. She is a 12th grade student who hopes to become an engineer in the future. Zara loves cooking. Next up is Mohammed Atif Rahimi. Atif is from Afghanistan, currently living in the United States with his family. He is 14 years old, but people say he looks 10. He's a 9th grade student who dreams of becoming a doctor one day. When Atif is not studying, you'll probably find him playing or watching soccer, which is his favorite sport. Samaya Rahimi is 15 years old and has been living in the US with her family for about a year now. Samaya is a 10th grader with a big passion for computer science. Samaya loves playing basketball in her free time. Sarah Rahim is a 16-year-old from Mazar-e-Sharif. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. Mazar-e-Sharif. Oh, I think I got it right, hopefully. Afghanistan. Sarah has been living in the United States for about 2.5 years and is currently an 11th grade student who dreams of becoming a doctor's assistant in the future. She loves volleyball, cooking, and spending time with her family. Math is her favorite subject. And finally, we have Farnaz Shameen, originally from Afghanistan and currently living in the United States with her family. Farnaz is a 12th grade student, and her dream is to become a police officer in the future. In her free time, she loves watching TV, making TikTok videos, and spending fun moments with her family. So. And I believe at least one of you wanted to say something, so please come up to the mic and you can bend it down.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mohammed. I'm come to Hiram Johnson, and I come from Afghanistan 8 years ago, where girls and boys are not allowed to go to school. And I'm really thankful to the U.S. government for giving me this opportunity, and to Hiram Johnson High School for providing such great education and support. Thank you.
Okay, and now we will come take a picture, and we have certificates for you.
Let's stay here. I think we're going to turn around. Yes.
No, sorry. I was trying to match faces with the name.
There we go.
You can show it during the picture.
We get over here with my boy, Duh. All of a sudden I was like, wait, my fault. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, do we have any announcements of action taken in closed session?
There are two announcements coming out of closed session tonight. The first is that the board approved a settlement agreement related to special education services by a vote of 5-0, with members Singh and Navarro absent. The second announcement is that the board approved a resignation agreement with a certificated employee by a vote of 5-0, with members Singh and Navarro absent.
Thank you very much. And do I have a motion to adopt our agenda? A second? Excellent. All in favor? Or is that roll call? All in favor? Okay, we're good. No, it's not roll call. We're good. All right. And then public comment. Do we have any public comment tonight?
We have three. Steve Beckett, followed by Caitlin Beckett and Anastasia Dolotov, who are yielding time to Steve Beckett.
Welcome.
That was really cool, hearing those statements. That was a good job, Taylor.
Yeah, thank you.
That was really cool. Okay, wanted to just read this letter that's written today from some parents from the Phoebehurst community. I'm reading it just on their behalf. So, District Board, we have reached a critical point where the community needs clarity and accountability. Recent actions involving Mrs. Janine Rupert and Mr. Mark Henderson raised serious concerns about the transparency and proper procedure and the board's role in personnel matters. Article 8.7 of the SCTA contract requires that any transfer resulting from performance or other issues be recommended to the superintendent and the Board of Education by Human Resources based on input from instructional administrators. This is not optional. It is contractually required. According to Board President Singh, the first time he became aware of Ms. Rupert's situation was September 3rd. Yet she was informed of her transfer on August 29th. If the board was not notified, that is a violation of the contract. If the board was notified, then its claim of not knowing the details is misleading at best, or at worst, a deliberate misrepresentation. California law is clear. Education Code 35035, sub-item E, states that any assignment or transfer of certified employees is subject to the approval of the governing board. This means the board cannot defer responsibility to administrators of human resources. Every transfer ultimately requires your approval. The California Supreme Court reinforced this principle in California School Employees Association versus Personal Commission, holding that, quote, moreover, an agency's subsequent approval or ratification of an act delegated to a subordinate validates the act, which becomes the act of the agency itself. Together, the statute and the court's ruling make one point unmistakable. When district staff act and the board allows or ratifies those actions, they legally become the board's own. The board cannot defer accountability to human resources or administrators. If staff acted improperly, they are legally responsible. And if the board claims ignorance, it is admitting to ratifying decisions without due diligence. Either way, the responsibility rests squarely with the board. You have already accepted responsibility by ratifying the district's extreme punishment of Mrs. Rupert. 5 weeks ago, the district has begun the same process against Mr. Hendrickson. You will once again be put in the same position of accepting responsibility for another retaliatory punishment. We urge you to review the circumstances surrounding Mrs. Rupert's transfer and Mr. Hendrickson's suspension, to review your decisions through the lens of your individual and collective legal responsibility, and to ensure that all personnel actions comply with both the SCTA contract and the law. The community expects fairness, transparency, and leadership that honors your legal authority and responsibility and aligns with your own vision policy of a philosophy that puts the needs of students first. I think just a couple of things that came out of the, the Zoom session Monday that some of you may have participated in was a topic of like the teachers having maybe been silenced in this whole process. And one of the things President Singh, who is not here tonight, but I was appreciated that he said was that I think he said like something, quote, I would be appalled if I learned that teachers' voices were had been put under a gag order. And unfortunately, the community thinks that they do have evidence of that being put in place. And so I think the main issue is there's sort of three main things that the evidence kind of points forward is that either SCUSD is not providing all of the information to the board to provide adequate due diligence in the process. Number two would be the board of directors, the board is not doing ample due diligence with all that information. Or number three, the board is not being honest. And so what we'd like is some clear, transparent conversation and explanation about that without redactions of like what's actually occurred. So that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
There's no more public comment.
All right, thank you so much. And we'll move forward to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, or is this a roll call? Roll call. All roll call vote. Madam Superintendent. Student board member.
Aye.
Thank you.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. All right, thank you. Moving to communications 9.1, employee organization reports, SCTA. Hello, Nikki.
Hi, good evening, Vice President Jean, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. I am Nikki Davis-Milevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Over 1 month ago, on October 2nd, SCTA First Vice President David Fisher stood right here and expressed our concerns about the budget. At the time, he stated that while the budget news was not good, nevertheless, the crisis created the opportunity for long overdue realignment of the district's priorities. On behalf of SCTA, he expressed our belief that you as a board needed to act with a sense of urgency. Painful decisions were necessary, but several steps could immediately have been taken to show that you recognize the magnitude of the problem before you. Since then, however, you've not acted, decisively or otherwise. Your inaction suggests a lack of recognition of the challenge the district currently faces. While staffing for certificated staff is largely driven by enrollment, that is not the case for administrators. Today, our district has nearly 100 more administrators than it did pre-COVID, when the district's enrollment was nearly 10,000 students higher. Instead of cutting administrators, even at this late date, you approved by inaction an increase in the number of administrators. Additionally, continuing to provide extra compensation for administrators at priority schools is not justifiable. Priority schools have not actually existed in reality for nearly a decade. It was the failed vision of a failed superintendent about 4 superintendents ago. And in truth be told, they never should have existed in the first place. Also, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to remain part of the anti-union core districts is also no longer defensible. There are other long overdue actions that can be taken immediately. While the notice to lay off administrators may need to wait until March 15th, nothing stops the district from transferring them to real vacancies that exist, saving either the cost of providing substitutes or outside contractors. The board needs to send a message that is no longer business as usual. According to the Position Control Report, there are currently 880 FTE vacancies in the district. While maintaining the district services to students, does every one of those 800 vacancies need to be filled, especially amongst administrators? Additionally, the district needs to provide a much higher level of scrutiny and oversight to those independent charters that continue to operate and provide substandard education to the students in our district. Tonight, you will decide whether to renew the Aspire Capitol Heights Academy Charter. Earlier today, we sent you a letter outlining why the charter should be opposed, despite the misguided recommendation of the district staff. Aspire is a low-performing renewal tier and has failed even by the district staff's analysis. It has failed to provide a clear and convincing evidence the school achieved measurable increases in academic achievement. The staff report absurdly reads that staff believe this data is somewhat promising, but not entirely clear and convincing. The standard is not somewhat promising and is not to be based on staff's belief. It should be based on facts. By Ed Code, the staff's recommendation should be to reject. And it is telling that once again, district staff seems to view its job to support independent charters, even those with questionable records, rather than to objectively hold independent charters accountable. How does the staff explain its defiance of state law by recommending to you to approve another 2-year term? We strongly recommend that you reject the staff recommendation and follow the law. Please reject the Aspire Charter tonight. On a number of fronts, it's time for the board to act. And we have confidence that you will make the right decisions, but it's time to act. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Nikki. And SEIU? Lots of purple tonight.
I'm in this shirt. That's nice.
Welcome,
You all
Carl.
got some purple tonight.
We did. I just didn't match the
Shared our
blue, so I
purple.
didn't put it on.
I called you, you were walking down the hallway.
There we go.
I was waving your shirt.
Oh, merci.
Carl, I have nothing. It's okay. We'll talk after.
You do have something. Good evening, board. As you all know, we're in this huge financial mess once again. And we are requesting that you please give clear, specific directions for cuts made to management in this district. You guys need to chop from the top. I know that there's a long-standing relationship with friends. Some of them are my friends. Some of them could be these other people's friends. They could be their bosses. You have to take the face out of there, and you have to look at the zeros attached to those positions. We don't want to go into receivership. I supported Oakland Unified for years. And receivership is a horrible place to be. You don't want to go there. So you're going to have to make some serious decisions. And it's going to be heartbreaking. But if they've got credentials, They can go into vacancies. They can go point blank to other districts. I mean, that's the bare facts of it, right? But if we're going to serve our students and we're going to save this district again, we all have to work together. And you need to support SCTA and SEIU, who are in agreement, you need to chop from the top. It's got to happen. And it doesn't have to happen next week. It should start tomorrow. They're not like us. They don't have to wait until a certain time of the year. They can go tomorrow. Sorry. Our students could be on the street without support if you don't do the right thing immediately. Like my union sister said, Nikki, in order to make the cuts to equal the 43 million, that's how many cuts you need to make in management. You should not be impacting those cuts to SCTA or to SEIU. We're not the ones that hired 100 extra people. We hire to fill our vacancies that are needed. We don't hire for ballooned up reasons or great ideas and programs. Now's not the time necessarily for those great ideas and programs. Some of that stuff has to be condensed and combined into groups by priority and work together to do it a different way. There's other ways out there, but we've got to work together to figure that out. And you can't do it alone either. I mean, you need us to help you guys work together. We're all here as a family together, and we should work together as a family. Everything shouldn't be behind closed doors. If that means a custodian needs to come in and help with ideas that we can help the custodial ranks, that's fine. If it means that an associate superintendent has some great ideas, that's fine. But we should all be able to have an input on what's going to happen. But I guarantee you, if you don't cut all those extra zeros, we're going backwards, super backwards. As for the Aspire Charter, I'm going to again agree with SCTA. You need to follow the law, and you need to reject that charter. This district has gone into charters for so long, it's ridiculous. If we didn't lose those babies, our kids would be up there. It's great that there's charters out there. How about we get them back, and how about we support those kids instead of in the charters? They were our babies to begin with. We want them back. Without those babies, you guys don't got a job, neither do we. Right? So please do the right thing. Chop from the top, and let's get this budget fixed so we can move on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Derek, and I run the materials lab, which is right across the hall here. And I also run the mailroom, which is right down the hall there. And I also help out at Central Printing, helping my wife whenever it's necessary. My wife and I have worked for the district for more than 10 years, and we love it. I got my pin, I wear it every day. I'm proudly sporting it every day. It's more than just a paycheck for us. We plan on retiring with the district in 10 more years, but with each new year, that plan feels like it's falling apart. That great feeling of job security we had with the district has been replaced by a constant fear of layoffs and department closures. The reoccurring unequal pay negotiations with classified employees has made us feel devalued and invisible to the district. As classified employees, we dedicate every workday to making sure our departments run smoothly and that we contribute to making this district run efficiently and economically. We should not feel devalued and invisible. My wife and I both have seen potential savings in our departments and have proposed cost-saving measures to our manager, who in turn proposed them to their manager, but yet no action has been taken. If the district is in such a bad budget crisis, then why the inaction when cost-saving measures are proposed? Why is the knee-jerk reaction always to cut positions, carve up departments, withhold or lowball cost of living raises, decrease benefits, and derail your employees' life plans and goals? Is it just easier to cut jobs than it is to change our wasteful habits and implement cost-saving measures? Many classified employees in the district, including myself, work multiple jobs within the district because of staffing shortages and the inability of the district to attract quality applicants. For example, I took the mailroom duties because nobody even applied for the job after the person quit. Nobody wanted it. The lack of perceived value of classified employees by the district and this board is disheartening to say the least. We work just as hard as everyone else, but for less money and much less respect. As was proven in the recent past, the district cannot function without classified employees. If changes are not made to the way the district deals with classified employees, history is destined to repeat itself. These are not veiled threats, they are unfortunate truths. What we need are competitive wages to attract dedicated, quality applicants to prevent this district from becoming a stepping stone of employment instead of a permanent work home. The revolving door of employees hurts the district in many ways and needs to stop. The students of this district deserve dedicated, motivated employees, not undedicated, I'm out of here next year anyway employees. Or even worse, contracted employees from expensive outside employment agencies that have no interest in making our district better. It's just a paycheck to them. We need action to implement cost-saving measures instead of cutting more positions, and we need equal contract negotiations because it's the right thing to do. In conclusion, many of you were voted onto the board because you championed for classified workers. You told us that you had our back. Where have our champions gone? Who has our back now? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. TCS? Teamsters? And UPE. All right, moving on to district advisory committees, Student Advisory Council. You're sporting the purple too.
Yes,
I love it.
wasn't planned, but I love my unions, so. Good evening, board members, President Jean for today, Superintendent Lisa Allen, and student board member Maggie Kemper. We hope this week has treated you well. My name is Owen Ngitha. I am joined by Kim Fan and Reed Wages. Today, we are excited to share an update of the Student Advisory Council's progress regarding our data collection and update you all on the current work of our council. We are very pleased to announce that we have published and launched our yearly Student Voice Survey and are in the process of collecting data from students at all of our specialty and comprehensive school sites. The survey will help us to target the needs and most popular concerns of students in our district. Relating to the needs of students and organizing, council members engaged in a workshop led by myself and student board member Kemper on the topic of the AEIOUs of organizing, which was a topic introduced to us by board member April Ibarra, which is our liaison from the board. This advocacy tool helped us to better voice the needs of students at all of our schools in many ways. We will learn of individual needs, brainstorm solutions, and most importantly, connect and learn from each other using the AEIOUs of organizing. To talk about the intra-district collaboration with the curriculum department and Central Kitchen, I'd like to bring up my fellow council member, Kim Fan.
Okay, so thank you, Owen. In regards to expanding opportunities for students to be involved in their community, we met with Julie Law Martin, who was a coordinator in the Department of Curriculum, to review the changes in the process for the State Seal of Civic Engagement, along with a new African American Studies course set to launch next school year. This class can be taken by upcoming 11th graders to fulfill the U.S. history requirement for graduation, and by upcoming 12th graders to fulfill the general elective requirement. In reference to the needs of our students mentioned earlier, we recently met with Central Kitchen to explore their kitchen, learn how school lunches are made, and what goes into making them. We were able to discuss the quality of the food along with the cost of each meal and learn more about the money that goes into making the food, as their goal is to ensure that every kid in SCUSD eats a meal or two while in school. We thank you for taking the time to listen to our update of our current work of our council. May the rest of your evening be well.
Community Advisory Committee. District, DLAC, District English Learner Advisory Committee. LCAP, Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. BAAB, Black African American Advisory Board. Welcome, Terrence.
First, I want to provide a public comment on the LCAP item. Obviously, as a, so this will be 2 minutes, just, I don't know who's in charge of the clock, but.
Sorry, I
Lord
totally
knows
forgot
I
to
take-
ask
Lord-
if
Lord
we had
knows
any
I take in, like,
comments. Do
more
we
than
have
my
a
share of
comment
time.
about LCAP?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Do you want to officially announce it?
We have a comment on LCAP as well as CSAC with Terrence Clapp.
Perfect.
Yes,
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I don't, Lord knows I've taken more than my 2 minutes before. Yeah, as a former LCAP PAC member, I attended the meeting Monday, just to observe the space and be in community, but also because, because of the shift in the composition. So I do want to acknowledge that from the inception of what the space was going to look like in terms of composition, I'll acknowledge that, yes, it's more balanced, because initially I think that it was very SCTA heavy in terms of 3 representatives, and now there's much more cross-representation. But a couple things I observed speak to the challenges I sort of acknowledged before. I saw a committee member of the LCAP PAC that is a staff member of central office step from the committee seat and then leave to present 3 to 4 slides from a data presentation. So my concern has always been that, yes, there may be staff representatives that are parents, but they are first and foremost, they're appointed on behalf of staff and of the district. So it's impossible for people to serve in 2 capacities simultaneously. Although we do see it too often, I observed how can a committee member present to the committee of which they're a representative? But also the configuration of the room now is not geared towards collaboration of the committee. The configuration of the room is a U shape, and I'll hold this up because I know you guys don't have the overhead anymore, but this is just before the camera. It's a U shape at the front, similar to what you guys have as if I were presenting. Behind that are 3 staff tables centered upon the presenter, and off to the side, kind of to where the communication staff is where members of the public sit, clearly identified with seats only, no tables for work to be conducted. So I sat through that meeting with my laptop on my lap. That is not conducive to the work that needs to be done. The LCAP PAC is an actionable, proactive, actionable, active committee. It's not passive, but what I saw was a passive space in which members were told to speak to their shoulder partner, and they were not in charge of the space in terms of what the collaboration looked like. There were 3 to 5 minutes for each staff-presented item, which were, I believe there were 2 to 3. So of the hour-and-a-half to 2-hour meeting, there were 15 minutes for those committee members to actually speak. And even then, they weren't able to collaborate cohesively. It was with 2 to 3 people max in their shoulder space. So I just want to acknowledge that, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're moving into the
Yes,
BAAB.
please.
Excellent.
Yes, please, thank
So
you.
3 minutes for this one, I believe.
Yeah,
Thank you.
last night, thanks to our liaison, Daniel Rolleri, I'm Terrence Gladney, Chair of the Black African American Advisory Board. Daniel Rolleri, our liaison, provided us space upstairs in the Washington room. And what we did was really, I want to start by acknowledging Principal Andrea Egan, Coach, I call him Coach, but also Mr. Rod Jett, who's at McClatchy. They have undertaken the work of carrying out the first African American history or African American studies course in this district. It's an AP course. So I want to acknowledge their contribution. I know that Mr. Jett is a product of UC Berkeley, as am I, and I know the power and the legacy of Veve Clark and others in the African American Studies Department, so I know this is in great hands. Right now, as the Student Advisory Committee spoke to, there is the undertaking of individual campuses navigating their course catalog for next year to see the feasibility of undertaking an African American history course that would provide an option to scholars to replace the U.S. history requirement with an African history course. I thank the Student Advisory Committee. I thank our committee members. It's a collective work of we, as well as others, that we spread the word about this opportunity. But really it speaks to the cohesive intersection of all of the 12 to 13 recommendations of the BAAB around culture and climate, around academic outcomes, and just the experience of being Black in Sac City in terms of what that looks like. While we can incept and deliver a course in African American studies, if the culture and climate of a campus does not facilitate them being safe in that space to be empowered with the knowledge that they've received, then we're doing a harm to our scholars. So that's why when we talk about continuously, month after month, year after year, about those 12 recommendations, 13 recommendations that were adopted by your body in 2019 still being unfulfilled, is because we want to make sure that there are safe spaces for our Black and African American scholars, as well as other scholars, because in this AP course, there's 11 of 22 scholars that are Black or African American, the other 11 are of other races. When empowered with this knowledge, it's like a superpower. If you guys follow any comics like my son does, like when you receive a superpower, if you don't know how to contain it or how to navigate it or how to apply it to positive outcomes, or you don't have a space in which you can do so, then it can be harmful not only to you, but to others around you. So we have to make sure that all of the recommendations are fulfilled so that this is not done in vain. On the 11th of October, student board member Maggie Kemper, as well as other scholars in my network, and other scholars that board member Benjamin brought into the space, as well as many other adults, sat in a community input session to make sure that we gave our feedback, our personal experiences into what the next phase of this African American Studies curriculum, comprehensive curriculum, should look like. And thanks to Danny and Aaron Finley and Ashley Alexander, as well as Aaron Leone, that work is continuing. And we look forward to just continuing to partner to make sure that we deliver it in the way that should be done, which is full fidelity, but to honor the legacy of what African American Studies has been, not only in California, but through HBCUs and around our country, especially in this climate that we're existing in. So we make sure that all scholars understand the true value of their existence in this country and in this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Schools Advisory Committee. Welcome, Sarah Lynn.
Hello. Good evening, Superintendent Allen and board members. That was maybe a little high there. My name is Sarah Lynn Bienvenue, and I am the District Community School Specialist. And in the spirit of November, I want to thank you for your leadership and also just mention that I am so grateful to be in this position and incredibly grateful to my 17 specialists who pour their heart into the work they do with their families and their students, constantly looking for opportunities and new ways to engage students, staff, and families. October, some of our highlights here was our first ever parent leadership conference, which we had over 90 participants in this room that shared their hopes and dreams. It was mainly parent-led. We cleared 40 new parents to be volunteers, and we not just did the fingerprinting, but we did the TB screening and the mandated training all in one day, which is a huge win, because it's a process. That was in partnership with Multilingual, FACE, Parent-Teacher Home Visit, and Community Schools. We're hard at work bringing in those donations, over $200,000 this year alone so far. Like I said, with the fingerprinting, we're at a total of 114 across our sites of new parent volunteers. We've hosted over 57 family, site, and community evening events district-wide, including fall festivals, which I think was like the state fair of fall festivals. We had horses there. The only thing we were missing was a Ferris wheel. Maybe next year we'll find that. Probably everyone's liabilities. We don't want that. I saw it. Picnic days, multicultural nights, our PTAs, PTOs are thriving. We've started 9 new PTAs, PTOs at our sites. Dia de los Muertos celebrations and high school planning sessions at our middle schools. You forgot my time. All right, so November, some of the highlights coming up there. Tomorrow, we're taking over 2,100 students. Let's pray every bus shows up and chaperone to UC Davis for the STEM Fair and opening game of the women's basketball. Yeah. November 14th, our schools are participating in the Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. November 18th, every student at Woodbine Elementary is being gifted a brand new pair of shoes. And these are nice shoes, name brand, fancy, cool shoes, and additional swag that underwriters have donated and different things. District-wide, we're really excited to announce Community Schools has sponsored a district spelling bee, where we have paid for all schools to enroll in that and have the opportunity. Our goal is to send an SCUSD student to Washington, D.C. and be crowned champion. Additional November events are just jam-packed, full of trainings for our staff around project-based learning. We are participating in the Street Data COP with the authors of the book. The American Heart Association has kicked off 2 new campaigns at a few of our schools. So that brings us to a total of 7 or 8, which has brought in enormous amounts of grant money there. Parent workshops on Parent Square and enrollment in Infinite Campus training is happening, and we're kicking off our math and reading nights with our families. And yes, that's thank you again.
So you're just a little busy. Thank you. And I believe we have one. Yes. Good. So much fun. I love that. We have one public comment?
Yes, Terrence Gladney.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Hey, I'm Terrence Gladney, director of the Terrell Christopher Gladney Memorial Academy. My journey in this district started with my oldest son, Terrence. He attended kindergarten at Caroline Winslow. My younger son, Terrell, took speech classes at Caroline Winslow. He was never a student in this district, but he did he undertook speech classes in this district. We moved to Arizona. He passed away. When I came back, we ended up, after trying to get Terrence re-enrolled at Winslow, we ended up at Cabrillo. I can never possibly repay the Cabrillo campus or this district for what it meant for my family and for myself in terms of continual healing and just growth. So when I started the organization in 2009 in Terrell's legacy and memory, I had time and I had an EBT card. So it was in giving to those scholars that I was trying to create opportunity. Fast forward, this past summer was like 17 consecutive summers of providing a free, high-quality summer environment for our scholars in our various neighborhoods. Because Terrell was a giver, he loved people, he loved to do unto others. When I first undertook the role for our organization of being the regional partner for our Sacramento region, which is 15 counties, it was always with the intent of honoring the legacy and the roots in which my scholars or my children, were blessed. When I first saw Terrell's name on this stage in Washington, D.C., on a screen that was looked at internationally, like I obviously was overcome with emotion. It's with that same intent and that same unapologetic love, service that I hope to see one of our Sac City scholars' names up there with students from Dubai, from Nigeria, from Ethiopia, from around the country. And thanks to the Community Schools Department, that's going to be a reality. So I'm beyond blessed and I'm thankful. And I look forward to working with each one of you all to make sure that each of your school sites has representation. We're going to honor those scholars in this local space, and collectively we're going to create an environment to where we can buoy one of our scholars to represent us as we know that they can in that international space. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. And our American Indian Education Program Parent Committee, such a mouthful of a committee name. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Vivian Toddy. I'm a sophomore at Rosemont High School, and my tribes are Navajo, Cherokee, and Tewa. I am the student rep for the American Indian Education Program Parent Committee. I am also a member of Native Youth of Sacramento Student Advisory Council and my school's site council. All of this has been possible because of my involvement with the American Indian Education Program. There have been many pros from these experiences, one example being, I have met other students in my community, but I have also learned some concerning statistics. District dashboard data shows Native students have significantly more absences as well as suspension rates. Kelvin data shows Native students do not feel safe at school and also feel unsupported. Sac County data shows Native students have a higher rate of suicide as well. I would like to take this chance to encourage the board to take action to help tackle these challenges for Native students. One way the board can do that is to adopt a Native American model curriculum designed by Natives for school-age students, grades TK through 12. AIP has one that we support that has been developed, and I can send you the email if you would like. All right, that's all I have today, but thank you so much and good night.
Thank you. All right, moving to our student member report.
Yes. Hi, everybody. Happy November. Today, I'll only be talking for a short amount. I can only provide an update as to what the SAC has been doing lately and what our group has been thinking. That's to say, on top of what was already so wonderfully said by Owen and Kim, so thank you for that. Yesterday, the SAC was given a presentation about the LCAP process, and after much discussion and consideration amongst my peers and I, we kind of formed a conclusion. We wondered why there seemed to be little to no opportunity for youth voice in this process. And this isn't targeted at all, and it's not to blame those who are working so hard and diligently, but it's a reminder and a suggestion to help improve the conditions for our students. When creating plans as a district, we tend to simplify our underserved and underrepresented communities into data and numbers, leading us to forget our purposes. We veer towards quantitative data instead of qualitative, and we prioritize doing better instead of doing good. We cannot keep doing this, especially not right now. Every time I'm at a board meeting, I've noticed that within these reports, our African American students, our Native American students, our foster youth, our English learners, and our disabled students are always in some kind of red zone. I notice that the solutions that are always presented have little to no input from students in those said communities. But I listen to the voices of my peers and my coworkers who represent those communities. I hear their thoughts and voices on certain issues that could solve the disconnect that leads to those results. And in short, as we go further into the school year and we focus on a plethora of issues, with some overshadowing others, I urge us to keep focusing and remembering and listening to our students, especially those who are impacted by the inequalities of the system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving to our superintendent's report.
Thank you. I will be brief. I would like to give an important reminder to our community regarding enrollment for next year. Our high school specialty program application window opened Monday, and applications will be accepted through Friday, November 21st at 5 o'clock. Our high school specialty programs allow students to explore areas of interest for future college or career pathways. These are free public education programs that give students a chance to learn about industries that are outside the core subjects like culinary arts, digital media, criminal justice, construction, and more. For those families still considering all of their options, I encourage you to visit our district social media, where we have videos posted for each of our schools so that you can learn more about daily campus life. Thank you.
Moving on to the president's report, I have just a few things to share as vice president. It actually is in line with what our superintendent just shared, that I was very excited to get an email that on Wednesday, November 12th, in this room from 5:30 to 7:30, we are hosting a small high school showcase. We've seen amazing presentations about what our small high schools offer, and included, we'll have staff from New Tech, the Met, Umoja, Carver, Health Professions, and SES. And as Superintendent Allen just shared, small high schools can put teens on a pathway to success while allowing them to foster a strong sense of community and gain career-ready skills in fields like healthcare and art and robotics and design and technology and engineering and so much more. So do visit our website to review those opportunities. If you're going to apply, submit by 5 p.m. on Friday, November 21st. And please come to the the showcase. I'm super excited about that. I also just wanted to give yet another nod to our phenomenal food programs. We do serve breakfast and lunch to all students. That is funded and provided. And in light of the current federal government shutdown and the impact to SNAP benefits, I just wanted to give a shout out to our hardworking employees and the amazing, incredible food that we all got to see them present. Was it last meeting or the meeting before? So just wanted to celebrate them and remind families that we do have food for your kids. And then lastly, we got an update this week as well about our employee demographic data. And I know one of the hearts and directions from the board has been how important it is to see that our staff is sorry, my brain is tired, is representative of the students, that we have students and staff that look like each other, because that is so important to a sense of belonging and community and culture, and the ethnicity and nationality and race that comes into play with that. And we are proud to announce that we are continually moving in that direction. And most specifically, we're only at a 0.76% difference in how our Black staff and our Black student percentages align. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to the work that has been doing following the board directive there. And that concludes the president's report. And so I'll open it up to my fellow board members. Do we have any information sharing? Member Ibarra.
Thank you. I want to start off by echoing some of the stuff that Sarah Lynn shared this evening about the Parent Leadership Conference. I had shared in our last board meeting an invitation and talked about how I was going to be a keynote speaker that day. What I did not know was that I would make so many meaningful connections with parents that day, and it was such a beautiful moment. And I share that because I really wish it was something that you all can experience. Now I'm speaking to my colleagues on the dais here, and I understand we all have different calendars and we navigate our time differently. But I really want to take this opportunity to say, look for a way to really connect with our community schools advisory committee and how you can help support the work that they're doing and engage with community. Because what I took away from that experience was so enriching, and it helped me really just stay focused with all of the tough decisions that we have coming towards us, right? Remembering to keep our students and communities at the center and heart of all of the decisions that we make. So I just open that invitation to you all. Now, I also want to highlight something. We just had a group of refugee students that were highlighted this evening. And I want to take a moment to pause and say we had a very beautiful, similar experience in this Parent Leadership Conference space. And because I took it upon myself to go to this table of I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Sarah Lynn, we had approximately 10 to 15 folks just right in the middle from our refugee committee. But the words that they told me when I walked away, I'll never forget, because they let me know that it was important to them that I specifically took the time to go and exchange words with them. And now they want to meet with me again. So that means I'm going to get to invite some of you all, or maybe we have a couple of meetings with them because they really want to talk with us. But it's just, I'm bringing it up because it's an awareness to me that this is something our community really needs more of from us. So it's just a call to action on that. Secondly, I want to highlight our Community Advisory Committee. It's one of the committees that I am been assigned as a liaison for. And I think that they have done an incredible job of really trying to shift the narrative of what their advisory committee is all about. And they put a lot of hard work into that. And so they have a focus on family engagement or community engagement. And I think we really need to support them in the work that they're doing. They continue to bring families, educators, and community members together to support our students with special needs through collaboration and advocacy. So our next CAC general meeting is going to take place here at the Cerna Center in the South Carolina room on November 18th. And we'll have an open It will include an open SELPA office hour from 5 to 6 p.m., and this is for parent questions and concerns. And it'll be followed by the general meeting from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Childcare and dinner will be provided, and families can also join virtually through Microsoft Teams. In addition, we're excited to announce our upcoming special education holiday mixer on December 16th. The committee is looking to host this at Wilsey Wood Middle School, and this event will bring families together to celebrate the season, enjoy activities, and connect with community resources in a fun and inclusive space. And we want to take this moment to encourage all families and staff to join us and continue building the strong, supportive community for our students with special needs by taking the opportunities you have with our families, whether it's direct conversations during IEPs, if you're doing check-ins with admin at schools, whatever your position is, if you're here on the dais, you have social media platforms. We have a due diligence, all of us, to make sure that we are advocating on behalf of our special education department. And so this is my invitation to you all to use your titles, your positions to do that. And to remember that these are folks that are often underrepresented. And so, yeah, that's my announcements for this evening.
Thank you. Moving on, we'll move on to special presentations, 10.1, recognition of National Native American Heritage Month.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. My name is Christina Praychick Narvis, and I'm Oglala Lakota, and I've worked for the district since 2012.
My name is Michael Veers, and this is going to be my third year in the district. At the end of November, I am a Heshaman and settler colonial background.
All right, so first we're going to start off with some recent highlights from our program. One of them being the Sacred Pathways event that we hosted that was in collaboration with our district CTE department, and we did that along with regional Indian Ed programs and then their respective district CTE programs. And so that was a regional event. We hosted that at Charles A. Jones on October 4th, and that was a really great event, very collaborative, and really exciting to see the different pathways that our students have to their futures. So that was one of our recent events that we had. Obviously, the continued academic support that we provide our students, tutoring, access to leadership opportunities. And then all of our teachers in the district have access to American Indian Educator classroom visits, and so that's at request of the teachers. We work with Dr. Melissa Leal. She's the chair of ethnic studies at Sierra College, and so they can have her come into their classrooms and have a workshop on California Indian history. And so she gets very, very busy in November, but she's available all year long, and so those presentations are really exciting and really special for our students who are sometimes the only one in the class, right? And so they get to have an experience where they're learning history that's important to them and matters, and get to feel validated in who they are as people. And the other thing that we have a couple of fun things coming up. Our parent committee will be having like a float, and they're participating with other Indian Ed programs in the area for the Native American Heritage Parade happening down at the Capitol on Saturday, November 8th, this Saturday at 10 a.m. So if you're in the area and would like to go check it out, our families and students will be walking in the parade. And then also the Kings donated tickets to our students, so we'll get to take a field trip to celebrate Native American Heritage Month on November 24th. So our students will be there to celebrate with the Kings that day.
Yeah, so also would just like to draw attention to this newly made public. California Native American model curriculum happened on September 1st. It was made publicly available to all educators statewide. It is a collection of over 400 lessons from TK to 12th grade that captures Native American voices and experiences across multiple different subject matters. And so we really encourage the community to look into this resource, our educators as well in the district to look into this resource, because it's been made incredibly easy to include into your lesson plans through the work of some of these advocates and scholars within our great state here. Also, you heard about a little bit of it from our student representative, Vivian Toddy, earlier. We've had the privilege to share this during one of our professional developments for our after-school space, and it's been received very well. There's a video that goes along with this curriculum to introduce it, and it was very powerful for a lot of the folks that we were able to present it to. So really encourage everyone to go ahead and take a look at that. It is something that we really hope that we can get momentum with in the district for the future. Thank you.
And so at this time, we'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank our Parent Advisory Committee and our students. They're the heart of this work and the driving force that keep us moving forward. When I began this work in 2012, the task felt large at times and oftentimes really intimidating. They hold you accountable. They will hold you accountable. They will ask the questions. They will get down to the bottom of it. But through this partnership and using our parents as a resource and holding them as the information holders and valuing that, we've been able to accomplish work I once thought was impossible. And they help hold the district accountable and serving the Indian students, and they bring attention to small details that make a big impact. Some of the things that we have coming up as we enter this holiday season is we have emergency food distribution coming into where we can distribute to some of our families, hoping that delivery comes in very soon so we can get that out to some of our families. And then every year, our parent committee has been writing a grant during the holiday times to get toy donations for our students. And so we have a winter party here, and it's just really a community event, but just those small things go a long way for our students. And so we're getting ready to celebrate that and prepare for that. And so as always, none of this happens without our students. They're here tonight holding signs that represent their tribes and their future endeavors. And I want to thank them for their courage and perseverance each day that they attend school. Understanding Native American history reminds us just how miraculous it is that they are here and how bright their futures will be. Thank you. I think that is all that we have. Yes.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Do we have any board comment? Member Rhodes.
I just want to say thank you for all the work you've done with the committee and just with the community itself. Standing without you in the space, and you said years of doing the work, you've grown the program and you've kept accountable to the community, and just want to say thank you for that.
I did have two questions. So I'm seeing that in the slide deck, there's a link to the model curriculum. Have we had any conversations about getting that into our website and getting it out to the teachers? Have we talked about how that will be facilitated?
So right now, what we have done is we've sent it to every principal, and so we've sent out the resources also to them about how to access the trainings, to how to upload on those materials, and then I think we will put it up on the website also.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be just so that everyone knows where to go. I'm sitting here as an English teacher going, ooh, I want to go steal some ideas. I can't wait to check it out. So thanks for sharing. And then when and where was the parade? 10 o'clock on Saturday? Where?
At the Capitol.
At the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yes.
Hopefully we can join them. I'm going to try. So, any other comments? Thank you all for being here and standing strong and proud. I can, just from the sense of representing and standing in the beauty and the power of your ancestors on this amazing land that we all are honored to inhabit now. Thank you for caretaking it and thank you for being here. And I can't wait to see what you guys all end up doing and becoming. Keep raising your voices so that we hear you. Thank you very much. All right, we are now going to recognize Veterans Day, and to help us do that, our student board member has a few words.
Yeah, so for our next presentation, I'd like to welcome some of our veterans to the dais who previously served our country and now serve our students at Sac City Unified. Our district proudly recognizes Veterans Day, and we thank our former students, current parents, educators, support staff, and community members for their bravery and commitment to defend our country. And to add on to this personally, my dad and my grandpa also served this country and were in the military, and I'm proud of my family and to see how they've pushed resiliently to overcome their obstacles, which I know similarly our veterans here do, with fearlessness and discipline that they attribute to their time that they served. So a big thank you to our veterans here, and welcome Enrique Flores, Ashley Alexander, and Aaron Jones.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you for being here, and thank you for your service. Oh, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, any board comment? All right, thank you so much, and thank you to all who serve, and I hope we honor and celebrate on Tuesday their service. All right, moving on to 10.3, unauthorized contracts for special education services. Welcome.
I'm just waiting for our, there we go. Good evening, superintendent and board members. I am here to present unauthorized contracts related to special education services from late in the 2024-25 school year and 2025 summer school for your approval. As requested, for each contract, we are providing a summary of services and the necessity of the contract, an explanation for why it bypassed the normal process, and the funding source. Our ultimate goal remains providing timely and effective services that allow our students with special needs to learn and grow alongside their peers. We appreciate the board's clear direction regarding the UAC process and want to assure you that the department has taken significant action to avoid future UACs through both process improvements and service reduction and efficiency. For the 25-26 school year, we have already finalized all necessary MOUs with human resources and our labor partners and continue to work with business services to ensure all contracts are board approved in advance. We expect to bring very few, if any, UACs for approval for the 25-26 school year. Our team is also collecting data to identify service inefficiencies and ensure students are receiving services in the least restrictive environment. Additionally, our MTSS work is designed to provide earlier interventions in general education, reducing our reliance on specialized services. Before reviewing the individual UACs, I want to offer an explanation for two of the required pieces of information: why the contracts were necessary and why the normal process was bypassed, as this rationale applies to all UACs we are presenting tonight. Securing special education contracts requires the complex coordination of these three critical parts: student needs, labor collaboration, and business process. When these three do not align, we are legally mandated to prioritize the provision of direct services to our students. These mandated services for students, coupled with staffing vacancies across all special education service areas, result in a high volume of contracts. When student needs, labor collaboration, and business services are out of sync or delayed, we must still provide the service, which leads to these contracts for outside vendors to provide the services for which we are not currently adequately staffed. The following slides 5 through 10 provide the remaining requested information for each outstanding UAC from the 24-25 school year for which we are seeking approval. On each slide, you will see the vendor service requisition number, the type of service, the amount, the reason as it relates to slides 1 and 2, and the funding source. The UACs are categorized by type of service. So here you have behavior services, physical therapy services, classroom aid services, speech services, non-public school services, and deaf and hard of hearing services. Similarly, for contracts for extended school year, also known as summer school, for our students with special needs, you will find the same information in each slide and again categorized by service. Again, we have behavior service, occupational therapy services, classroom aid services, speech services, and deaf and hard of hearing services. In summary, we are seeking approval tonight for 17 unauthorized contracts totaling $670,000 or $670,705. These funds will pay vendors for mandated services provided in late 2024-25 and throughout the summer. As we seek your approval, we want to affirm our commitment that through early, effective collaboration with human resources, business services, and labor partners, we have put procedures in place to significantly reduce and ultimately eliminate future UACs. In closing, while the special education budget is inherently fluid, our team is focused on providing a clear picture of how special education services and the department is funded. We are also working within the department and across the district, especially through our MTSS work, to provide students with high-quality instruction and early interventions. While this work is designed to curtail costs associated with special education services, the true aim is to ensure that every student has the right educational support to learn and grow alongside their peers. And that's all I have.
With 12 seconds to spare. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, we'll move to board discussion. Member Rhodes.
I just want to this is a lot of money here, and just pinning the statement of early and effective collaboration in the future. It's a very unfortunate that we didn't have it in the past, and currently looking at these right now and saying, we should approve these. Also, it's not collaborative. It's kind of, this is what you have to do because we've done it. So I do hope that we have early and effective collaboration in the future. And I would love to have effective collaboration moving forward now. I'll say what my other colleagues want to say, but with that being said, I don't see myself voting yes on this today.
Thank you for that response, Member Rhodes. I will share that the early collaboration did occur this year. We began in the spring collaborating with our human resources team and our labor partners so that we have MOUs in place to be able to have service agreements. At this time last year, we did not have those in place, which is what contributed to the massive amounts of UACs last year. So the early collaboration did begin for this year.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I guess I'm just saying not early enough, but I do appreciate the response.
Member Kayada.
So I've been really firm on this in previous board meetings, and I, similarly, as firm as I am, want to acknowledge when staff have risen to the occasion to respond to what we asked for, and this is what we asked for. I appreciate this information. I know this was work to put it together, but this means something to me as a board member that I know what I'm voting on. This context is important, and this wasn't just perfunctory, and this wasn't just an exercise for staff. This is helpful to us and to the community. I think I have two questions. So it looks to me like all the UACs here, all $670,000 is being offset by salary savings. Is that accurate? So the budget is not increasing because of these?
The budget is not increasing. Is that what you said?
Yes.
We are using current vacancy savings. Do you want to add anything to that? Okay.
Okay. And then the other question is, do we have a sense of how many more of these we're expecting and if we're going to be able to get them done by December?
So we are not expecting any more for 24-25 services or 2025 extended school year services. And I want to put a caveat with that, which is that occasionally we will have a vendor who sends us an invoice much after the fact. So we spent a lot of time since the last board meeting combing through all of the outstanding contracts, invoices, et cetera, to be able to bring you the most complete list we possibly could today. We're not expecting any, but there is a chance that we would have to bring another lingering one or two your way, but we're not anticipating having to do any more.
Thank you. And I'm hearing that we've done our part and there might be some vendors who need to do their part. And I think that's the message that I would hope that our vendors understand, is that if you provide services to Sac City, you got to bill us for those services in a timely manner. Yeah. So yes. I will say I am going to be able to vote for this tonight, but after December, if vendors haven't got us our bills in, I'm not going to be able to vote for those ones. So I just want that to be clear.
Okay, thank you.
Member Benjamin.
I just have a question. There's like 4 words that just keep just like this, right? And it's without approved service agreement. So for me, what's in the service agreement? Because it seems like all the time, like how can we, again, I'm gonna support tailoring this and voting for this, but it's like, how can we even look at this when we don't even, if there's no service agreement or approved service agreement, right? Because we seen a presentation where we're talking about unaudited is not the same as unbudgeted, right? But I disagree. It's like if it's unaudited actuals, then the spending is gonna be unbudgeted because we don't even know what we can really spend. So for me, can you just, what's in the service agreement? Because I know we're moving forward on some things, but because it seems that there should be time set in there and amount and things of that nature, so we don't come into this anymore. So could you just go over kind of what's in the service agreement?
So because that's a business services process, I'll defer that question to CBOO Marking.
Good evening. I apologize, I have a cough drop. It's standard. We try to have boilerplate language so that we have uniformity and consistency with our vendors on, regular billing cycles. And that looks different vendor by vendor. Some vendors bill when the service is complete. Some vendors bill, they wait for a bunch of services to occur and they bill at the end of the month. Some vendors bill at the end of the quarter, right? But within the service agreement that's supposed to be stipulated, we work really hard to make sure that that is in there so we have mutual agreement on what that's going to look like. And then similarly, of course, the vendor wants us to commit to the timeline and in which we're going to pay them once we receive the invoice, right? Like they want a net 30 and net 45, whatever it is. So without having all of the service agreements for each of these things in front of me, it's hard for me to tell you exactly what it is by each service agreement, but it is standard part of our process to ensure that there is language in there about timelines for both billing and payment.
All right, I did have a couple of questions. I'm kind of wrapping my brain around this from an educator perspective, thinking like as a teacher, when I'm participating in an IEP conversation and we're discussing what the needs of the students are, what the services are that are being provided. And you mentioned at the beginning, like we need to reduce our reliance on specialized services. So I was thinking, how are we supporting our staff to, one, be very aware of the services that are offered that we do have in-home, the programs that we're offering, the expertise that we have, so that when we're putting ideas on the table, it's a bit more within the parameters of what we're offering, so we're not ending up with promising things that we then have to contract for because, et cetera. So how is that a part of this conversation as you are looking to reduce reliance on these services?
So first, I want to make sure I understand the question, which is that as we consider how to provide services in a less restrictive environment than special education, how are we supporting staff? So I'll just give the example of reading intervention teachers this year and reading intervention. So as we have onboarded all of our reading intervention teachers, we have worked very hard to ensure that they are receiving high quality professional learning to be able to provide high quality reading intervention to our students. One of the things that we are already seeing is that this is not in conflict with, but there's some gray area when it comes to the services that are provided through the IEP in terms of reading intervention. And so one of the things that we need to do is to educate our staff, who are our special education staff, about the differences between what reading intervention in a general ed setting looks like and what reading intervention in a special education setting looks like. And then we need to have the conversations about what does that look like in terms of service minutes and best place for those to be provided, because we cannot take a special education service and say we're not going to provide it anymore. We're just because we're doing reading intervention in the gen ed setting. And so there's a lot of learning that needs to occur around that. And so our special ed team, Assistant Superintendent Becky Bryant, and our Director of Humanities and Literacy, Ashley Alexander, are working together to identify where exactly what that overlap is, so that we can help support staff to discern that and move forward from there.
Thank you. I appreciate the real world example too. And as you're speaking, it's coming to mind. One of the favorite sayings up in my district is the reality that special education students are general education students first, and that if we are not offering excellent tier one and very clear on what is provided there, and then thinking if we're going back to our MTSS model, quite often when we don't have robust tier 2 services, I see tier 1 jumping straight to a tier 3 recommendation. And I'm wondering if that's part of what's created this reliance on programs. And so I'm very excited to hear how our MTSS roll at our 10 schools works this year. And then we look at how that expands, especially with the challenging budget conversation that's coming. Because we know that if MTSS Tier 2 is robust, we can probably acknowledge that this special education identification may not be the least restrictive environment, and it may not actually be meeting the needs. Which, with all of that big statement, my next question is, as we're considering, once we've determined what the students need and what services we're providing, which unfortunately seems to have led to a lot of contracts, what is our evaluation on the effectiveness of that? Meaning, if I'm coming back as an educator, special education or general education a year later, and saying, a year ago, we as a team made these recommendations, and the student isn't succeeding, and the parents are sharing, we'd like to shift, or the educators are saying, we need to focus on this, how do we evaluate the effectiveness of what we've offered, particularly as we see MTSS start growing, and wondering if the shifts into those programs and supports might be more effective? What's going to be the training and supports to facilitate those conversations?
With our special education staff, okay, I will ask Assistant Superintendent Becky Bryant to come up and respond to that question, but I do want to really quickly just share that we are coming back on November 20th to share an MTSS proof of concept update for all of you, and so we're really looking forward to sharing what that's looking like at our sites and how it is impacting the referral process.
Great.
Could I just clarify,
The question. To make it very specific, how do we evaluate the effectiveness of the services we've promised?
So at each and every, well, at least annually, we must review all of the goals and objectives on the student's IEP. And consequently, what you're looking for is whether or not you are writing goals that extend skills and knowledge throughout time, and whether or not students are making progress towards those goals in incremental steps, like every quarter, every trimester, however the IEP is set up to do that analysis. If you're not seeing that, then the IEP team should be looking at possibly further evaluation, evaluations of maybe specific services that the student is getting to evaluate whether or not in some cases, they need more. In some cases, they need less because it takes away their time of other kinds of instruction. It's kind of a whole child discussion that should go on at an IEP meeting with various team members, including the family.
And then as we're looking at like the holistic of our special education programs, and we're looking at wanting to, again, reduce reliance on our specialized services, how is the district office taking data from what we're hearing at school sites and the services that are needed to perhaps maximize the programs that we're offering or the spaces that we're creating that our employees are able to offer so that we can see the contracts go away because we know that employees are stronger and better than contractors. So just what is the process of looking holistically at the district to make decisions about those to make decisions on the services that we're offering?
So we go through a pretty complex process every year in terms of getting ready for budget development. And in doing that, you're looking at your projections for the following year and analyzing the types of services that you need to provide for students who are identified throughout the district and in what environments you're going to provide them in. And so once you do that, you are looking at whether or not you need additional positions to accomplish that. You may need to open more classrooms, or you may have a spurt or a growth of children with certain types of needs, and you need more services for the children that qualify under that category. And then you might see a reduction of students in a different category when students leave the district, or it's just not as, common, and the numbers go down. So that happens yearly. And then we always would like to have our own employees in those positions. And so we work very closely with the Human Resources Department on recruitment because, as you know, we have many vacant positions in very high need areas like speech language pathologists, our occupational therapists, our one-to-one aides, our classroom aides, those kinds of things. And so it goes on all year long. It gets intense at sometimes, and then always trying to fill our positions.
So you mentioned budget development, which is going to be a big conversation this year. Mm-hmm. How do we honor the needs of our students and get them the resources they deserve while considering the spending that we're doing that has to change?
Well, I think I think the district has done a good job of opening these positions, and they're on the books. And if we were able to fill them all, we would be able to serve students and not have to rely on so many contracts. I'm not going to say we're never going to have a contract, because we will always have contracts for non-public schools, residential treatment facilities when we have children that need those, and then some of our smaller services where the scale will never be big enough to have like dedicated positions. And I think I might have lost the end of your question.
No, I'm asking really big questions. Just that I think the overarching one of how do we ensure we keep students and their needs and what they deserve from our education at the center while we're recognizing we have to cut spending.
Yes.
So I look forward to partnering with you in those conversations.
Likewise.
Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do I have a second? I will second it. Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
No.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. All right, motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. And moving on to 10.4, Advanced Learner Pathways in SCUSD.
Good evening. I'm Kari Loafing, and I oversee Advanced Learner Pathways for the district. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening and to have the opportunity to learn how to work this clicker. No, really. Oh, there, it went. Okay. Okay. Okay, fantastic. All right, my apologies. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to share more about the ways that our system supports advanced learners throughout their educational career, K through 12. Academic services for high-achieving learners in Sac City span a continuum of options, from dual immersion programs to self-contained GATE classes, from Waldorf to STEM or STEAM and IB. As students move from elementary to middle and then high school, advanced courses and specialty programs are available based on student readiness and interest. These charts reflect the current demographics of our student population in grades 2 through 12 who've been formally identified for gifted education services as compared with our current district overall demographics. Having 16% of district students identified for GATE services is positive. It speaks to accessible identification practices. Gifted education has a history of missingness for historically underserved student groups. While Sac City has taken strides to address missingness within our own population, there is clearly still work to be done. In the 2015-16 academic year, a collaborative work group consisting of district staff, teachers, parents, met under the advisement of the U.S. Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, to redesign our district GATE identification practices. This work came on the heels of the California Department of Education eliminating gifted education from Ed Code as California switched away from categorical funding to LCFF. In a time when other districts in the state eliminated access to identification and services for these students, we elected to maintain and improve our practices. The current district process for GATE screening is multi-phased, collecting a preponderance of data to paint a holistic picture of the learner and their needs. All district students are initially screened in first grade and again in third grade using a three-dimensional screening tool, the Cognitive Abilities Test. In the case that a teacher or family member requests it or the district recommends it, an additional screening can happen in second grade or fourth through sixth grades. This represents a $68,000 LCAP investment for this school year in equitable access to screening. There are students identified for gifted education services at every elementary school in the district. The vast majority of students identified for these services attend their neighborhood school or another school of choice. There is no one right or best way to support gifted students, as each gifted learner is unique. Rather, the best fit is the one that works best for the family and appropriately challenges the learner. Based on the demographics seen in slide 4, the greatest opportunity ahead is to address the resurgence of disproportionality in the population of students identified for GATE services. While our model for identification is considered an exemplar in the state, the time is right for a collaborative team to form and consider what opportunities may yet exist within the OCR developed model. All middle schools offer advanced classes in all core subject areas. 2 years ago, after a series of listening sessions with middle school teachers and administrators, the GATE department met with a team of teachers to reimagine the way students are recommended for placement in these advanced courses. Of utmost importance to the team was that students would be recommended based on readiness and interest in the classes, and that there would be additional on-ramps for rising 8th graders. The goal of these shifts and the change in course names from GATE to Advanced is a clearer, more accessible process. Students do not need to take any additional exams. Their in-district assessments, SBAC scores, and grades all factor in automatically, and the recommendation or interest form can be completed by a teacher, family member, or even the student themselves. Prior to this change, students who had been identified for GATE services in the elementary school were automatically placed into those previously named GATE classes. However, advanced learners are not a monolith, and students who are ready for advanced work in one subject area may not be ready for or interested in it in another. Some students may need the additional time provided in 7th grade to hone their academic skills, hence the additional access point in 8th grade. For English, history, and science, there are no advanced courses in 9th grade. Importantly, participation in advanced courses in middle school is not a prerequisite for advancement in high school. This is a relatively new process, so the most significant work is around monitoring its effectiveness to interrupt disproportionalities and to make responsive adjustments to ensure equitable access. In high school, there are 4 different ways for students to participate in advanced classes, receive weighted GPA credit, and/or to accelerate their college studies. When selecting courses and programs, it is important for students and their families to keep their personal big picture and long-term plans in mind. District-wide, we see relatively stable numbers of students participating in at least one AP course. We also see a steady increase in the number of AP exams being taken, paired with increasingly improving pass rates on those AP exams. The data labels indicate the number of students taking at least one AP exam, and the percentages indicate the district overall AP exam passage rate for the year. It is a positive trend that with increased exams, we also have increased student success. This data represents an LCAP annual investment of $386,000 for last year, covering exam fees for all students regardless of income and registration costs for teachers to attend professional learning. Oh, my slides got a little bit out of order there, which is great because I wondered where that was. AP courses are available at all of our comprehensive high schools and 3 of our smaller schools. These classes can be taken by students starting in 10th grade. We see that in AP courses district-wide, there are similar trends of disproportional enrollment and significant room for improvement, especially for our Black or African American students and our Hispanic students. Over the last decade, the range of AP courses available to our students has significantly expanded, with additional courses and course sections being offered each academic year in the hope of attracting more students to attempt at least one AP class during high school. Each school makes its own determinations as to what courses are the best fit for their students based on student interest, teacher readiness, and program alignment. Here we see a representative sample of popular AP courses and exam pass rates district-wide. Reading from orange to green, we can see improvements in almost all subject areas year to year. Over the last several years, we've expanded and adjusted our offerings based on student interest, teacher suggestions, and in the case of AP Capstone at JFK, the evolution of their specialty program PACE into AP Capstone. A goal for this year is to increase the number of students who feel prepared to take their AP exams in May. Using remaining grant funding, we'll be able to cover the costs of full-length practice exams in the spring, and to continue to support teachers who are new to teaching AP with professional learning and internal mentoring. International Baccalaureate, offered at Burbank as their honors pathway, and Umoja as their school-wide instructional design, is a program. IB students not only need to complete a specific course sequence, but also additional core requirements. Our IB programs are tightly planned to ensure that students meet all of the IB requirements and graduate A through G ready. Achieving an IB diploma can be compared with summiting Mount Everest. It is complex. Just like with AP courses, there's an end of course exam, and all students are able to take these exams at no cost. This represents an LCAP investment of $127,000 just for the annual program fees and exam fees. It does not include the investment in staffing, professional learning, or extended school days. The costs, if I could finish the last two slides, the costs of which are significant. One key aspect of the IB program is the student cohort. IB diploma program classes can only be taken by 11th and 12th grade students. At Burbank, some 11th grade students take SL exams. They are diploma anticipated. Diploma candidates are 12th graders at both Umoja and Burbank. They will take at least 6 exams and complete the additional requirements. Another way to examine student success within IB is by monitoring the passage rates. Last year, we celebrated 4 students in the district who achieved IB diplomas. This year, we've made significant investments in the IB course sequence at both Burbank and Umoja to better align course offerings with those strict program requirements, teacher availability, and student success. We hope that with increased student supports and cohorting at Burbank, we'll be able to see an improvement in student exam scores and diploma awards. And I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Terrence Gladney.
Thank you, Terrence. You have 2 minutes.
My daughter attended, Cabrillo Elementary K through 6. She was a first grader tested into GATE, and I got the letter that said, congratulations, your daughter can go to this fabulous program at another school. I was informed enough to know that her social and emotional well-being was greater than just being aligned to some program that in title was elevated above what her school site offered. I knew that at Cabrillo at the time they had differentiated instruction and clusters of high-performance scholars, but it's integrated. So I knew that she was going to get a deeper, richer experience in her home school than what was advertised. And at the time, Dr. Allen was our associate superintendent, areas associate superintendent. And we talked about the limitations the district has to inform parents based on federal and state law about programs that existed, right? Program improvement and what we could advertise. Parents were getting letters that, oh, you can go to this school that has this API or this school, this API, and you compare that just on the surface against your home school and you're not informed. It really is the onus upon us as a community collectively to build a deeper education for all of our parents so we understand the way the system works. I knew that my daughter was going to get a much richer, lifelong education staying at her home school. But it's also on you guys to really push back against this reality we've created with open enrollment. You guys are dealing with right now with Phoebe Hearst, where we have a presentation right now that says they're tested in first grade. But yet somehow we have a select school where a bunch of educators in this very building, administrators across the district, send their kids to a school that tests them in kindergarten. So if we're not going to call a spade, then what are we up here doing? So if we're talking about disenfranchising neighborhood schools and colonizing our neighborhood schools and saying the best and brightest from neighborhoods that look like me can go to specialized schools to make those schools greater, and we build more buildings and give them more resources. And then we look at schools that have 200 to 300 kids that were built and scoped and spanned for 500 to 600 elementary students. What are we doing? This presentation looks great and we're doing all these things. Applaud Mr. Brown for honoring what PACE was, right? PACE was clustered, high-performing kids. My son was in pre-AP at Brannon, but somehow as a black student was put in a track to where somebody at Kennedy in the counseling office said he's not even UC or CSU bound. So he didn't even get into PACE, let alone be put into a foreign language as a freshman. It was me as an informed parent that went and said, this is what you guys are advertising. How did my son get tracked into this system, right? So this is the reality of our district. So again, PACE is basically clustered students being able to take just English for one semester, just social sciences for one semester. And then last year and this year, we uplifted, we have all these academies at these high schools, and we're modeling what we knew worked for PACE for years, and now we're giving it to the common folk. So if you guys are not going to call a spade, I will. But it's you guys going to have these brave conversations, these courageous conversations, to not allow presentations like this to pretend like we're doing something so monumental when we know for years what's worked for everybody but the Black, American Indian, homeless, foster. Everybody else has been disenfranchised by this system. Until you guys start calling out staff, community, schools, the system as a whole, to make sure that we know what works is allowable and accessible to everybody, then we're going to keep having these things talking about 2 to 3% African American
All right,
students are participating in AP. No, it's all
I
good.
really appreciate
No, it's
the
okay, 'cause
personal
it's all-
stories, but
and
we are
I
at
appreciate
time.
it, but it's not my personal story, it's the system story.
It
So I'm
is.
just bringing it to light and putting a spotlight on it, so thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Member Kayada.
Well, I just want to thank you, Terrence, for those comments. I don't know if I'm about to call a spade, but I do have some comments that are in line with what you said. Before I do that, I did want to thank you, Kari, for the presentation. As you know, I've been waiting for this big context for a while, and I appreciate the work you spent describing our system as it is. So my comments, like Terrence's, are, well, half of his comments. I'm going to focus tonight on GATE. This is an area that I have significant concerns about. I want to begin by reiterating a point that I have made several times from this dais, which is that I strongly support differentiated instruction that allows every student to thrive. That includes giving our gifted students the tools and challenges they need to make the most of their education and prepare for success after graduation. When GATE is implemented well, it is about equity. It meets students where they are and helps them grow to their full potential. However, GATE in our district often feels like tracking. That's a word Terrence used as well. I don't like using that word, but it is unfortunately the right one for our system. When we offer GATE instruction, it can feel like we're sorting students into two systems, those who get the standard curriculum and those who get more. The separation undermines the very goals of differentiated instruction, and it raises real questions about whether we're creating opportunity or we're reinforcing inequity. All too often, GATE feels like a service we offer to our best resourced families, not something that benefits the kids who need it the most. This is a theme that has underlined the complaints we've got about Phoebe Hearst, where a message that I have received from these parent comments is that our kids are better, and so they need a better school. I also worry that principals aren't getting clear direction about how to balance classrooms and support all students, GATE and non-GATE alike, through mixed learning environments that draw strength from diversity in ability, background, and learning style. My goal with these comments is not to diminish the importance of advanced learning. It's that we ensure that every student gets access to the kind of instruction and challenges that inspire them. GATE should be about differentiation, not division. It should elevate students, not separate them. And it should be aligned with our broader equity priorities, not isolated from them. So I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
My first is related to our cut score for what qualifies students to be identified as GATE. So it's my understanding that our cut score is much lower than many cut scores throughout the state and region. So why is that? Why do we have a lower score? Because I will say the feeling to me is that by identifying more kids, we're actually moving away from offering them services that are relevant, and instead we're actually just expanding the tracks.
Okay. So, yes, we have our initial pool of students. So you'll see, and I hope I've represented it here, that it's a multi-phase process. The initial phase is a screening with the COGAT. We do not use composite scores in that, so it could be a score in the 75th percentile or above, based on age, not grade, in either verbal, quantitative, or spatial reasoning. We form a large pool of students from that, about whom we are interested in learning more. So what that 75th age percentile rank gives us is a large group of students about whom then we collect data about their academic achievement. We collect information on the HOPE teacher rating scale, an instrument that was designed exactly for populations like ours, out of the Gifted Education Research Institute, and then we bring in additional equity factors. That was all part of the work that was designed with the Office of Civil Rights to ensure that the cohort of students who we would be considering would be representative, so that what we're seeking to identify in our system are outliers. right? So outliers at their school who need more, and you're right about everything you said about differentiation, and I thank you for all of that. I agree with you. And students who may be looking for something else, or their families may be looking for something else. But the 75th is lower than other districts that would actually be using a cut score that would be perceived in the field now as restrictive or exclusive. And we know that when we set that cut score higher than the 80th percentile, our numbers look even worse than they do on the pie chart that I showed.
Mm-hmm. I do appreciate that. I think part of my concern is actually what you just said. It's looking for the outliers. And if we're not truly looking for the outliers, if these services really are tied to outlier learner types, and instead we lower the score down to the degree that we're just skimming more people who are our highest achievers, we end up not recognizing that maybe some of those students who are saying, you're GATE, so you should get this, actually probably would be better off getting more well-rounded services that benefit not just them, but the rest of their classes. And so by pulling them out and calling them GATE, we're actually disservicing the people who are 1 percentage point lower on the GATE test because they actually needed the same thing that next 10% needed. And it's not truly about outliers anymore, and we're just, where do you fall and you get better. Okay, and yeah, that didn't require a response. So in terms of cost, I don't know if you have this data, but sneak peek, our fiscal presentation, one of the bullet items is that one of the ways we can balance our budget is by no longer offering testing for all the students, and as well as other services that, so basically just how much does it cost for us to run this program and to provide the support to our teachers?
In other presentations, you'll get total cost information. I have to do the assessments for elementary. This year, that will cost $68,000 to test about 4,000 students district-wide.
Okay, plus a week of their education.
The tests don't take a week to administer, but yes, there is instruction loss.
All right, and I hope I'm not coming off as abrasive because I think you are. You're agreeing with me in some ways and hearing me, and I know we've talked about this. Just want to acknowledge that. My next question is about staff support. So what tools do we provide teachers in classrooms with GATE-identified students to allow them to get the differentiated learning that they need? And do we track whether and how the teachers are implementing those tools?
So I can speak to the professional learning series that is available to teachers. So this year we have a series of 3 courses that's being offered after school, open access for any interested teacher in the district. Over the years, we have offered 3, 5, 10 courses in running cycles in that voluntary after-school space for interested teachers. It can be paired, if teachers are interested, with additional coaching and support in a collaborative model via our GATE resource teacher.
So we offer training, but we don't necessarily ensure that that's being used in the classroom?
So our GATE resource teacher is available as a side-by-side coach. Beyond that, I think would be talking about how principals provide time at their sites for teachers to work together in collaborative teams, to collaboratively do lesson design, to implement that differentiation that you were talking about as a teaching team.
Okay, and then last question is about MTSS. So do we have any plans or do you have any suggestions for how we can better align GATE education with our MTSS system? And do we have any sort of roadmap that can get us towards what you might describe as GATE for all, where we're offering advanced learning opportunities in every classroom so that we no longer have to label kids as GATE to get them these services?
Yeah, so I have lots of ideas, and I have time to work with our director for MTSS around how that will fit. This year, one of our proof of concept schools is one of the GATE self-contained schools, so that is very much in the mix as we're figuring out what this all will look like as we build out MTSS.
Pony Express. Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Ibarra.
Thank you for this presentation. I want to take us to, this data page of the AP scores 4-year comparison percentage rate? I think it's page 20.
This, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So when I look at this, two things really stick out to me when I'm thinking AP, but then overall, right? And when I look at 90% of our students, or 90% of the pass rate in Spanish, it tells a bigger picture to me, because I've been in the world of EL. My daughter started, my oldest, as an EL student, right? That's not a surprise. I've talked about that a lot. But what I'm seeing here is that it's a missed opportunity, and I don't know if conversations have started. So my question is going to be around, like, what are conversations like when we look at being equitable and we talk about language accessibility? Are we exploring opportunities of how do we approach every student as a multilingual learner? And this is conversations that I think I've had with different people in different spaces, but I think this is where we start the conversation of what does that look like, so that we can service both our large number of EL students who, when we look, or when I softly look at data, tell me that we fail them long-term in the primary years and then try and catch up here, right? The other thing that it also brings to mind is when we talk about accessibility. And if AP Spanish is at 90% passing rate, that tells me that there's probably a little bit more interest there. But I also know, and I don't know that that's 100% for sure, but I also know that you also talked about the exams that are given for kids to get into some of these schools. And that test is only given in English, right?
No.
No?
No, it is, I want you to finish your question, but
Okay,
no,
so-
it is vast.
So I'm talking about the test for getting into one of these schools that are geared towards GATE. So are you telling me that those screenings are given in other languages outside of English?
I apologize. I thought you were talking about the AP Spanish
I'm sorry,
exam.
I didn't make a clear jump from one. So that was me for not distinguishing that. I apologize.
So the internal exam that has been used for one of those schools is administered only in English. I don't want to speak about what future
Right.
practice is, but yeah, in the past.
Okay, so with that in mind, right, we already know that that's a starting place. Now, but I also know, and this is a conversation that I've tried to entertain outside of today, so I'm going to bring it here, is that every kid in first grade is given a screening that ultimately some families find out then that year that their kid qualifies for GATE, but they may not necessarily have access to get to a GATE run program. So it's kind of counterintuitive to me for us to be testing kids in kindergarten to get them into a school that's specifically focused on a GATE program. Once you get first through sixth grade, when we're talking about accessibility and equity in these conversations, like on a larger scale, what does that look like? That's why I bring up the first grade exam, like how do we start having those conversations so that more kids have access to it once we get to that space?
So the majority of our students who've been identified to receive gifted services attend their neighborhood school.
Correct.
Or are in some other school that their family selected. And most families elect to remain at their neighborhood school or the other school that they've selected through open enrollment when they get those first grade screening results. What happens at one specific school is not representative
Correct.
of what is happening for most of the students who've been identified for services. And we've redesigned middle school with a lens on increasing access for students so that we are better building that pipeline by the time students get to high school for these opportunities.
And in these conversations, what is it? I'm also interested in learning how we're ensuring that kids who both have this need but also may have an IEP, right? And so what are those conversations like with the SPED department and you all? And that is, I don't need an answer tonight, but that's where this is all taking my mind. So
Absolutely.
I know that I don't want to keep going, but that's kind of where my mind is at, y'all.
Yes. Thank you.
I had one kind of large question for you. Are the population demographics in our advanced programs reflecting the demographics of our general population?
In our AP classes, no, not at this time. I think I had a quick slide on that. No, that is not representative. There is work to be done.
Yes, do we have a plan?
I think it's a multi-phase piece, right? Like, yes, the time is ripe for us to look at what's happening in first and third grade and the opportunities that we have way, way, way early on for our students. And then what are we doing to help our students when they're in high school see that these opportunities are for them as well. And so that's happening at a school site level. We're involved in conversations right now about master schedule, been out to all of our schools that offer AP classes. They have seen their pie charts that look like what their AP population, they've seen this slide with their school site pie charts so that we can start talking about where they have missingness for these advanced classes and what that says about their course offerings and what they're doing about recruitment.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is I'm actually our AP Capstone teacher at my high school. And AP Capstone is a pretty incredible program because it mimics IB but gives students a lot more choice in the curriculum choices they make. And one of the things that we are very, very proud of is that our AP seminar class, which I teach to 3 classes of sophomores at our high school, is mimicking the population of our high school. And one of the reasons we've been able to make that happen and have these kids succeed is AVID programs. And so it's just knowing that there are resources out there. It's also our freshman English teachers that do such a great job identifying, encouraging students, because the tracking that we've heard a couple of times is so ingrained in students' heads. And what I find fascinating teaching the AP seminar is I see tracking impacting students 2 ways. You've got the students that don't believe they belong there because they were not identified or did not choose to pursue the advanced courses at a younger age. And then you see the students that are putting the pressure on themselves that, well, I've always been this, so even though I don't really have a passion or this isn't actually where I want to be, I'm still supposed to succeed at high levels. And because AP classes are college-based, not the middle school to high school base, there's this huge learning curve that occurs. So I'm constantly living this to encourage students to, 1, let go of their perfectionism, and 2, acknowledge that like you deserve to be here, and acknowledge 2, that success in an AP class, you are more likely to succeed in college even if you don't pass the test, because getting a 2 on the test means you succeeded at a high school level. And these are all the messages. And so as we're talking about the younger identification, it's not just at our young, it's encouraging our teenagers that are finding their passions and their interests. I'm going to encourage everyone, take 1 AP class in a subject you're passionate about. You'll be shocked at the educational experience you can have. And I will also say, I don't love AP. I have a love-hate relationship because it is so based on one test at one day at one moment, and nobody can always identify the amazingness that they are in that space. But the experiences they get through challenging themselves and, you're nodding all this. But I would like follow-up information as we move forward in the ways that we are ensuring the demographics of our advanced programs are mimicking the demographics of our population. Because otherwise we are identifying based on money and race, and that is not identification. So thank you very much, and thank you for letting us share our passions about this. And thank you for sharing your passion in these programs.
Pleased to share my passion. Thank you.
All right. Moving to 11.0 public hearings, we have 11.1 determination hearing for charter renewal for Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy. Welcome.
Hello, Oh, okay. Hello, board. Okay, that doesn't feel loud enough, but hello, everybody. Tonight, I'm Amanda Goldman. I am here to present the determination hearing for the renewal of Sacramento Academic and Vocational Academy, otherwise known as SAVA. I'm going to quickly just show the slides where we talk about process. The key part about tonight's process is that we'll have equal time to present findings, et cetera. I will also quickly show the slide just showing that we have complied with all elements of required timeline. It's been under 90 days since SAVA submitted their petition to us, and we published our staff report 15 days prior to today. SAVA is a DAS school, Dashboard Alternative Status. That means under the law, there is the assumption that they will have a 5-year renewal as long as the metrics we agreed upon to determine their success have been met and there are no other conditions for non-renewal. So I'm going to go through those 2 conditions for you and just go through them one at a time. So as you may have seen in our staff report that was published 15 days ago, we have identified no conditions for non-renewal. So they do not present an unsound educational program. They are not unlikely to successfully implement their program. They have all the necessary elements of their petition. There are no fiscal or governance concerns. They are serving all students who wish to attend. In terms of the DAS metrics, and again, these are metrics that we agree upon before renewal, several years before, and I inherited these metrics, and so I will say also in your board packet you have our initial draft of what we expect the metrics to be for the next term, should you choose to renew. It is very clear that the SAVA has met or substantially met 7 of their 9 alternative metrics, and that they have made progress on 2 of them. We struggled a little bit with the fact that we're dealing with local data, and it's not like published in a place where it's very easy to see, but I've had access to review all of the data at a pretty minute level, and I feel very confident in the outcomes here. Over the course of at least the last 2 years, staff have identified no areas of concern and issued no notices of correction. We've had a strong collaborative relationship with the GCC and SAVA team. So based on SAVA's status as a DAS school and based on the renewal criteria, a comprehensive review of the charter petition, and a review of their most recent charter term, we have determined that they meet the requirements on all necessary criteria and are eligible for a 5-year renewal. If approved, the term of their charter would be July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2031. And yes, that number is really weird to look at. Should you vote to renew, we have a few things in the works for you. SAVA will be expected to enter into an operations MOU with the district no later than March 1st. And because we are trying to kind of get ahead of things, you already have a draft of that MOU tonight. It includes any conditions or concerns that we had, and it's already in there, so we wouldn't be doing a lot of go back and forth. SAVA and SUC will agree on their DAS alternative metrics for the coming term. Again, I think we know what the metrics are. The only thing that we are still trying to figure out is what the right comparison schools are. And the reality is there are not a lot of DAS middle schools in California, so we're trying to figure that one out. Well, we will. And then the last piece is that by approving this petition, renewal petition, you are approving a material revision to their petition of a new location for one of their resource centers. So as a non-classroom based school, they have multiple sites. We collaboratively decided that one of the sites that they had previously been occupying was really no longer safe for students due to just some unfortunate realities of the unhoused population in Sacramento. And they are looking to relocate that. That's kind of happening all right now, so we don't have a location in place. But we do have language in the MOU governing what has to be in place for that location. And with that, I will turn things over to Mr. Elliott.
All right, well, thank you, Amanda, and Board of Trustees, Superintendent Allen. It's good to be back. Tonight, pretty straightforward. We want to start by saying how much we have appreciated Amanda and her team in the collaborative process of reviewing our charter document. We do agree with staff's findings and recommendation for renewal, and are proud of the work that our team has done to make sure that the data was where it needed to be, and that our students were being served in the manner which best served them. We will remain dedicated to continuous improvement over the next charter term and are excited to keep this work going in partnership with the district. To the two items that Amanda mentioned, the MOU and our DOS indicators, we have reviewed as GCC staff the MOU, and we are ready to present that to our own board of directors. And with our DOS alternative metrics, again, very collaborative process with the district. We feel we have verifiable dashboard data for this upcoming charter term to use for those measures, and we are in support of what you have in front of you in that MOU if you choose to accept it tonight. And then last, I'm keeping my presentation short, but we had a couple of board members come out and visit our site, so I want to thank those that were able to come, see our students in action, those that have been there in the past, and then those that haven't made it yet. It's an open invitation, so please know whenever time permits, you're always welcome on site. We'll continue to send invites to Danielle as good events come up where you can come see our students and their work in action. And with that, again, just want to thank you for the time, thank Amanda for her collaboration, and would appreciate your vote tonight. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, and do we have any board discussion? Member Kayode.
So I'd just like to thank the school for the invitation to come visit. It was great to kind of see the facility, not just how it was described in this packet here and in your materials. It looks like you're offering the kind of education that we don't offer in our system, and that to me is the perfect reason to have a charter, and your metrics are good, so keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Member Ibarra.
It was a pleasure, the visit that I had at Sava, but I just want to take a moment to highlight you all do a great service to our EL population. And I know you didn't, it wasn't something that you talked about in your presentation today, but it's something that I think is worth highlighting because the school that I visited is one that is in my area, literally around the corner from where I live, right? So I see every day the kids, the traffic, what's going on, and it has truly become a safe place for kids, not just in my community, but in the larger Sac City community. And so it was nice to see how you serve them in small groups and how they were integrated in the CTE programs as we did the tour. So I think that that's really something that we can all learn from collectively. So thank you for that, because it's a very important work in SUSD. We have a lot of EL students, and so I just wanted to highlight that.
And Mr. Benjamin.
Yeah, so I want to echo those sentiments from Board Member Ibarra. I had the opportunity to visit, and while I was there, I ran into a former student that I had worked with at one of our comprehensive high schools, and he was there at Sava, and he was really thriving, and I was like, wow, and he was just so excited about how he was learning and the environment he was learning in. And I think that that's important when we consider, our charters, right, and what they should be. And you all are doing a great job. And I just want to thank you and keep up the good work.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Are we doing the approval with conditions?
I'm going to ask that the language is adopt the staff report findings and approve, please.
Excellent. We will motion.
I will motion to adopt the staff findings, and what was the rest of it?
And approve the renewal.
And approve the motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Excellent. Is this a roll call? Student board member.
Aye. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
All right. Moving on to 11.2, determination hearing for charter renewal for Aspire Capitol Heights Academy.
Yeah, that's fine. I think Danielle's going to hand you all a handout at the same time. So again, we are here tonight for the determination hearing for the charter renewal of Aspire Capitol Heights Academy. I will quickly mention the same process slides, the same processes apply. We are going to split our time equally between the two, except Danielle, you didn't actually start the timer, but that's okay. I'll stop for a minute. And the board will have to take action tonight. We are within our timeline on this one as well. We've met all of our timeline requirements. So as we've gotten used to talking about tiers, I want to be really clear about where we stand with this, this renewal. Aspire Capitol Heights Academy is in the low renewal tier. Unlike the other three that you see on the side, where the assumption is renewal unless, the assumption here is non-renewal. The board may vote to renew if there are three conditions met. Those three conditions are that the governing board of the charter school has approved an improvement plan addressing specific areas of low performance, that the school has provided compelling evidence of measurable progress towards improving student outcomes, and that no other conditions for non-renewal exist. I'm going to go through each of those conditions and offer guidance on what the data that we have says about them. So criteria 1 is that the governing board of the charter school has approved a performance improvement plan. The Aspire governing board has approved such a plan. It is included in the staff report and in your board packet. It includes very clearly labeled deliverables, benchmarks, and target outcomes that they need to meet over the course of their 2-year term. And in my opinion, having worked with them and having seen the school and the school leader, I do think that they have the ability to implement the instructional portions of this plan. So I would consider this criteria met. Of course, it is your decision. Criteria 2 is around demonstrating local data that shows clear and convincing evidence of growth that may not be reflected in the dashboard. The charter school has presented local data in both math and reading that does show growth. However, I think the question becomes, is that data clear and convincing? There are some discrepancies between what the State Board of Education and the iReady, the publisher, defines as a year of growth. There's also some grade levels that haven't met their 95% threshold. Those tend to be the lower grade levels. We also know that despite the iReady growth, we see CASP results that have been stagnant or declining. And so taking the preponderance of that, the decision you will have to make is, does this represent clear and convincing evidence of growth? Lastly, Lastly, we did identify fiscal concerns that would fall under the category of other criteria for non-renewal. We presented the charter school with a notice to correct related to fiscal concerns, specifically that they are engaged in deficit spending and have a negative and declining fund balance. In response, the charter presented a 26-27 balanced budget, which they did based solely on expenditure reductions, not rely on enrollment growth, as that was something I suggested, that their enrollment projections seemed aspirational, and so they did present us with a balanced budget based on addressing deficit spending. It's also worth noting that Aspire Capitol Heights Academy is part of the Aspire Public Schools and Aspire Central Valley Network. They do have board policy and documentation stating that they have the means to address any fiscal shortfalls of their school. So I think the board's thinking around this particular area is, as a board, are you comfortable with the school holding that negative fund balance? As a board, are you comfortable with the policies and practices around their interorganizational loans within the Aspire network? And are you comfortable with the way that Aspire, consolidates and uses funds across their region of schools as opposed to only within the given school? And I think, again, if you feel that your answer to those questions is yes, we feel like this represents an adequate response to our notice to correct, then you could consider this condition met. If you feel that this does not consist of an adequate response, you would consider this condition not met. Again, as a reminder, all three of those conditions need to be met to meet the standard for a renewal. And in that case, 2 years is the maximum renewal that would be in place. Otherwise, the assumption is non-renewal. Should you vote to renew, similar to others, we have an MOU already in place. We have the performance plan already in place. We have any material revisions already covered. So with that, I will turn it over to the Aspire team.
Good evening, board members, district leadership, and community partners. My name is Tamara Williams, and I am the proud principal of Capitol Heights Academy. So I stepped into this role in May 2025, and what I encountered was a school with deep community roots and a strong desire to grow. In my one-to-one check-ins with each of the staff members, there were questions around my leadership and would I provide training? Would I provide coaching? Would admin be in classrooms? Would they learn to really dig into their student data so that they could help student grow? So I have been very pleased with their passion and commitment to their students and the school community. Capitol Heights has proudly served South Sacramento families for 20 years. And let's see, clicker. And of these years, more than 50% of the school commutes from outside district boundaries because they believe in what we offer, a safe, affirming, and academically rigorous environment. So my job then as a leader is to continuously reflect and adapt. When the district's executive summary identified areas for improvement, let me go here. We jumped on that. We looked at improving the academic program and ways in which we could create fiscal sustainability. We didn't deflect. Immediately we responded. We have engaged in this corrective action, and I've been happy to the different partnerships that we received from the district and from the county in terms of looking at problems of practice, making resources available in terms of training, and really being thought partners around the improvement plan and how to best utilize the resources that you provide and that the county provides for us. Sorry. We made significant structural changes to support student achievement. One of the highlights is within our middle school. We want to make sure that students are prepared for high school, and so all 4 core subject areas have fully credentialed teachers. This year, we have expanded the middle school program at the request of students. They have robust electives, yearbook, leadership, art as a part of our program. Because some of those test scores that you saw were low in our lower grades, we are piloting a new foundational literacy program for K-2. And in grades 3 through 8, all of the students engage in a tutoring program with a 1-to-3 ratio for students. And it's 90 minutes of intervention in both ELA and 90 minutes of math to help close gaps and really improve student achievement. And this is during the school day, not outside of that. Chronic absenteeism, we recognize, has been a challenge, but we have responded strategically to this challenge. We've partnered with Everdriven to provide transportation with families. We've launched attendance recovery through our expanded learning program, and we have provided resources to families. Our target is a 7% decrease in chronic absenteeism by the 26-27 school year. We are addressing enrollment in ADA through intentional recruitment. We're out in the community. We've even decided to be conservative in our budgeting. We've submitted a balanced budget aligned with realistic enrollment assumptions. We are not asking today for renewal based on our potential. We are asking based on our proven commitment to continuous improvement. We have a clear, multi-year plan in place, and we are already executing it with urgency and with care. Aspire Capitol Heights remains a viable option for Sacramento families. We are a public school that reflects the diversity and brilliance of the city. With your support, we will continue to empower minds and transform futures for another 20 years and beyond. Thank you.
Hello, and I'm Tony Selene, Executive Director. I just want to make sure you were able to get this. It's a highlight of what Principal Williams was able to accomplish in just less than a year at the school. These are the most updated numbers, so the SBAC growth that you can see just is coming out officially now. So I just wanted to make sure that you were able to see that and just ask you, consider the risk reward. I know you have a difficult decision to make tonight, and I don't take that lightly. And just think about the impact on the community to choose to not renew versus the impact on the community to keep the school open. So thank you. And I just would ask, Stan, if you're here to represent Aspire Capitol Heights Academy tonight.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We have 7. The first speaker is Abby O'Neill, followed by Tiana Leaks, followed by Talil Evan.
Good evening, honorable board members and Superintendent Allen. My name is Abby O'Neill, and I'm here on behalf of the California Charter School Association to express strong support for the renewal of Aspire Capitol Heights Academy. Capitol Heights has been serving Sacramento for 22 years, and under new leadership, it has made clear and measurable progress across academics, culture, and fiscal health. Over the past 2 years, the school has cut suspensions by 6%, reduced chronic absenteeism from 48 to 25%, and improved both student and staff belonging by double digits. Students are showing real academic growth, ELA progress up 12 points, math up 8 points, and iReady results showing over 100% of expected annual growth in reading. Financially, the school has stabilized operations with more than $700,000 in grant funding, $400,000 in regional support, and a balanced site budget at 200 students, on track for full fiscal balance by 2027. Aspire Capitol Heights serves a student body that is over 90% unduplicated and nearly 2/3 African American. Students who deserve stability and the chance to continue building on this progress. We appreciate the district staff's professionalism and Aspire's transparency throughout this process. On behalf of CCSA, I respectfully urge you to approve renewal for Aspire Capitol Heights Academy, so this important work can continue. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Tiana. We spoke a couple weeks ago and I was here alone, but now I have a whole team behind me. I'm a proud parent of Capitol Heights Academy. Capitol Heights is more than just a school, it's a community. As a single mom, it has helped me build my community around with helping me raise my kids and with their academics. As I told you last time, my son was testing very low when we first started 3 years ago, and now he's at grade level. And that's all within the last year. As well as for both of my kids, their confidence has grown, and as well as their character. And that is all because of the school's strong community and the support system that they have there. Each teacher takes their time to really get to know each student as they come into the door. And it seems like, as a parent, from what I see, is that they try to accommodate each student based off what they need to get them all on the same level. Capitol Heights has given my children a safe place to learn and to grow. We have went to a couple different schools in Sacramento County, but my kids have loved Capitol Heights. We've been there 3 years. I come to you today with everyone else to ask if you can renew Capitol Heights Academy. Thank you.
Who was next?
Talil Evan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tyler Evan, and I'm proud of a scholar at Aspire Public School, and I am here to express my full emotions for the remindal of our starter. Aspire has been a place where I feel since supported and challenge. The teachers go above and beyond and ensure every student succeeds, not only academically, but emotionally. Please review Aspire's charter so that our families can continue receiving this quality education that truly changes lives.
The next speaker is Kelly McManus.
Sorry, he kind of teared me up a little bit. Hello, board members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Capitol Heights Academy. I come before you not only as a supporter, but as someone who has seen firsthand the difference it makes in the lives of our students, families, and community. This is my second year working at Capitol Heights Academy, and I don't see myself anywhere else. We know that Capitol Heights has and is still facing challenges. We do not shy away from them, nor do we make excuses. We show up every day for our scholars, and we give our all. What defines a school, what defines a community, is not the absence of struggle, but the determination to rise, to learn, and to improve for the sake of our scholars. This is exactly what Capitol Heights Academy has been doing. Growth is never without difficulty, and we know there is still work to do. What makes this school extraordinary is its willingness to learn, to adapt, and to fight for its scholars. The staff and families here have built something deeply human, a place where every child is known by name and seen, where every small victory is celebrated and where no one is treated as just a number. Renewing this charter is not just about keeping the school open, it's about preserving a lifeline. It's about giving this community the opportunity to continue improving, to build on lessons learned, and to keep transforming lives. Closing these doors would not simply end a program, it would shatter a promise made to hundreds of families and educators who chose this school because they believe in its mission and its heart. Please give Capitol Heights Academy the chance to continue its work. Don't let this be the end of our story. Give us the chance to keep growing, to keep improving, and to keep changing lives. Thank you for your time.
Brittany Young, followed by Brianna Mendoza and Charles Green.
Brittany Young, I believe, is next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brittany Young, and I'm here to support the renewal of Capitol Heights Academy. As an active duty servicewoman and a single parent, I can personally speak to the dedication that these teachers and the staff have to go above and beyond for every student that comes through those doors. They hold high expectations for all of the students, but they also provide the support and the love that they need to help them reach those goals. My scholar is currently in the 3rd grade, and due to my career, he's had to be the new kid or the new student in several different schools throughout his short academic years so far. And as an Army brat myself, I know what it's like to constantly be the new kid. He didn't have that experience because we all know that new kid feeling of being scared, being forgotten, left behind, that new feeling, he didn't have that. And I am eternally grateful for Capitol Heights for all of that, because having experienced it myself, it was one of the fears I've had for him, having to change schools just due to different difficulties here that we've had in Sacramento. I know in my heart that this school and the staff, the teachers, and everything that they do is only building our students to have great and bright futures, and that's definitely what our community needs. I just want you guys to take a really good look, and as you can see, the support that the school has, this is just a small aspect to what we see every day. Like Ms. Kelly mentioned, every child is known by name through the school, as well as the parents. They know who we are when we come support, and for those who parents can't make it, they do above and beyond as well. So I am just here to ask you to please renew their charter, because we need it. Thank you.
Brianna Mendoza.
Good evening. I hope all of you are doing well. My name is Brianna Mendoza, and I've had the privilege of working at Capitol Heights Academy since I was just 18 years old. I'm 23 now, and those 4 years, I've grown in ways I've never imagined. This school didn't just shape who I am as an educator, but it shaped who I am as a person. When I first started, I was nervous, unsure, and still figuring out my place in the world. But Capitol Heights Academy welcomed me just like it welcomes every student and every family that walks through its doors. This school taught me patience, it taught me compassion, and it taught me how powerful it can be when a community truly believes in its children. I've watched students come in shy and uncertain. I've watched those same students walk across the stage, heads held high, ready for the next chapter of their lives. And what's even more meaningful, they come back. They come back every year. They come back to visit, to share stories, to remind us that what they experienced here mattered. They tell us that Capitol Heights Academy, they didn't just learn from textbooks, they learned from the care, the attention, and the love that surrounds this school. They talk about how they felt seen, how they felt heard, how in our small community, they were treated like family, because that's exactly what Capitol Heights Academy is. It's a family. Our staff and our families are connected on a level that goes beyond academics. We know our students' dreams, their struggles, their strengths, and their stories. We celebrate their victories, and we support them through their challenges together. We're not just teaching lessons, we're shaping futures one scholar at a time. And that's what makes this school so special. It's not just the size of our building or the numbers in our students, it's the heart inside of it. If you decide to save Capitol Heights Academy, you're not just saving jobs or programs, you're saving a home for students who might not fit anywhere else. You're saving a space where families feel seen and supported. You're saving a legacy built on love, growth, and community. I'm standing here today not just as an employee, but as someone whose life has been forever changed by this place. I've seen firsthand how this school transforms lives, including my own. Capitol Heights Academy deserves to stay because it's more than a school. It's hope, it's a family, it's a promise to our students that no matter how small we are, we can make a big difference in their lives. Thank you for your time, for considering what our school means to us, for what we call a home. Thank you.
Charles Green, followed by Christopher Orr.
Good evening. My name is Charles Green. I actually work at Capitol Heights Academy. Proverbs 22:6 says, "Raise up a child in the way that they should go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it." I've also heard several times that it takes a village to raise a child. Well, at Capitol Heights, we definitely have a village. I'm new to the village. I'm actually one of the big uncles. I get to go outside and watch these wonderful young people grow every day socially. Then I get to venture into their classroom and hear and listen to them as they're getting engaged in learning. Now, we are facing some challenges, but our mascot is the eagle. And when trouble comes for the eagle, what does the eagle do? They stir up the nest. And when the nest gets stirred up, it starts pushing the babies out. And when it pushes the babies out, it teaches them how to fly. The one thing I am certain of with these young people here at Capitol Heights, man, they can fly further than anything we could ever imagine, anything we could ever hope or dream of for them and their families. Now, our school is going to be an integral part of that because we're giving them foundational lessons in love, math, history, how to treat one another, respect, self-love, awareness, how to advocate for themselves. We're teaching them how to stand strong and then fly with the eagles as we are. Please keep our school open that we may fly some more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, everyone, late evening. Honored to be able to stand here. And before I even give some remarks, I want to be able to thank you guys for what you're doing in the Sacramento community. It's very important, and I'm honored to be able to work with other educators in the community. On behalf of Capitol Heights Academy, I kind of jotted down a couple of points I want to be able to make. The first point is the importance of community. Doing this work is not easy. But math and English and science, all that is very important. But if we don't have community, it makes it even harder. I've been a long-time educator in Sacramento, and every building I've ever been in, I've looked for that sense of community to be able to direct and guide and inspire young people. And I had the opportunity to work with Aspire, and I know you can see the community behind me. This is a very special community, and it makes it a lot easier to be able to approach and be able to reach those goals when you have that level of support. It's very important. They've been a community for 20 years, and I think they're going to continue to do it. The second piece I want to be able to bring up is our new leader. So I had an opportunity to work with Tamara Williams, and as a school leader, she's phenomenal. And I've had, again, been in education for a while, and there's a few leaders that stand out to you, and she's one of them. Capitol Heights Academy did a remarkable job in finding Miss Williams to be able to lead this school. Not only is she excellent academically, but she's inspirational. She's inspirational to a community, she's inspirational to teachers and to young people. There's no doubt in my mind that she is going to lead that school and hit the results that this board is looking for. The third point I want to be able to bring up is the importance of a school that is intentionally focused on low income and Black and brown students. It is totally okay to be able to acknowledge a subgroup in our society that is not meeting marks academically. It's not okay to not do anything about it. And she and Capitol Heights Academy, and specifically Aspire Public Schools, has been doing this for years. To prevent them from doing it again, I think is going to be a disservice. I strongly, strongly recommend that you give this school an opportunity to grow, to give this leader an opportunity to lead this school. There is no doubt in my mind that they are going to do it and be successful. I recommend it without hesitation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Do we have any board discussion? Member Kayada.
I just want to say that I sincerely appreciate the passion of those who are here today and of the leadership team of this school. And I would like to thank once again the leadership team of the school for meeting with me before. And Principal, I see your passion and the passion your community has for you. Unfortunately for me, the data does not indicate that you've met the criteria, conditions, standards for renewal.
I see fingers on buttons. Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so, and I want to thank, you all as well, Aspire. And, you know, I look at you and I'm looking at faces that look like me. But we're a public school board, and we're building out really like good schools, you know, and we have really good programs inside of our schools. And, you know, this is a tough, you know, decision that we have to make. But we are at a place where we have to really stand on accountability and responsibility. We have to have it, right? And with what I've seen, and I thank you again, but from what I've seen, there's a huge mountain to climb. And I just don't know if, you know, how fast that can be done and how much that can be done with what's happened in the past. And so, again, I want to thank you all.
Is anybody interested in making a motion? Oh, Member Rhodes.
So I have a question. So the staff's recommendation is not to approve.
So to be frank, I very clearly not going to give you a definitive recommendation. I believe it is your decision and that you can develop a rationale for either. I think if we go through the criteria, as I said, there are 3 criteria. I think one of those criteria is clearly met. One is probably substantially met. And the third is really a question of, do you believe that the fiscal plan submitted by the school is adequate to address the concerns that we have? And I know it's a very hard and complex decision, but it is yours to make.
Okay, yeah, respectfully, all these decisions are ours to make, right? The question I have, because through the presentations, we get one clear way of saying, like, hey, you know, we think that this should be approved or not. And in certain circumstances, as our staff, you have no direction. And actually, in the staff report, it says something different than what you said earlier. And so it feels conflicting. Your presentation today, Ms. Goldman, and that can be for numerous reasons. But here's my thoughts. Since there's no recommendation, just a platter for us to go through. So right now, seemingly, they don't meet the criteria when you put things forward. Subjectively, we can choose if we want to, and that's with anything. The problem that's happening here is, you know, you got a new principal. Are you for like 1 year in?
Not even a year.
Not even a year in. You guys' data that you guys have been having has not been good. It just hasn't. And that's what the data says. And because of that previous data, it shows that you guys wouldn't meet the criteria to move forward. You're on the low tier. And so, but also within the time that you've been here, there's been some growth, you're saying. Is that, Amanda, and wait. I really want to like get through this, like, but Amanda, I need you to answer the question for me.
Sure.
In the time that this new leader's been here, has there been growth, substantial growth in the time that she has been there?
So what I have seen since Principal Williams has been in her place, and I have walked the school with her, and what I have seen are significant steps that she has taken to improve outcomes. There are no metrics that have come out since then, right? So there is no year of iReady growth because we're only halfway through the year. The dashboard hasn't been released yet. We have a preview. I was not able to access it because they had technical difficulties. It literally came out 6 hours ago. The preview that they have provided suggests that there is some growth in CASP. But truthfully, at this moment, I don't have that in front of me. What I can attest to is walking the campus with Principal Williams and seeing a palpably improved school climate, palpably improved techniques for engaging students, and a really intentional approach to implementing the plan in the charter. But it's the first week of November. That's really all I have at this moment.
Okay. All right. So, hearing all the things, what would an option look like? I think 2 years is too expansive for their track record, and then also for where we are now. I don't think that it will be wise to do 2-year agreement, because then we're kind of letting it flow through. But what is there an in between to be able to say, like, okay, they have this year growth through where you can actually tell us what the heck is happening, yeah, with the new person, and it gives us an opportunity to really look at data that captures new leadership and new direction. I'm just trying to figure out, is there a middle ground that still retains the board authority to be able to actively assess and inspect what we expect from new leadership, or is it a mandatory 2 years, which I wouldn't feel that comfortable with? So I'm just trying to figure out options. Obviously, the board will make a decision. It could be that it's too little, too late, but I'm looking for options. You gave us a plethora. You're not giving a recommendation. I'm looking for you to give options as well.
So the law does not allow for anything other than those two: a denial or a non-renewal or a 2-year term. In any charter situation, at any point during a term, you can initiate revocation for a series of reasons. As we have talked about before, that's not the easiest process, which is why we have renewal terms, and can be legally challenging. But certainly you could, I'm sorry, I'm thinking through this in my head, you could renew for 2 years, and after the dashboard is released in a month, or after this year's, the 25-26 dashboard is released next October, right, a year from now, and you could say this doesn't represent the growth that we're talking about in our plan, initiate revocation. I'm not entirely sure. I think you would get to the same endpoint in time just based on how long that process takes. But it is certainly an option. What I will say, let's see, I don't know that I have it on a slide, but in your packet you have no, I don't know. It doesn't like me. Danielle, can you go back to the slide that says criteria 1? You have the improvement plan, and the improvement plan has very clear benchmarks, and benchmarks that are based on data that we don't have to contrive or find between us, that are based on those state data benchmarks. And so you can kind of see it in the image here, and it's also much bigger in your packet. And so, as with anything, the 2 years assumes that this team and myself are coming back to you every 6 months, every 3 months, however frequently you want, and saying, where are we at on that plan? And if you look closely at that plan, I think that you will see that it's very concrete. There's very little room for interpretation in it. And where I sense the frustration, and I promise you I feel that frustration too, is that I would argue that the law is not cut and dry and is not crystal clear. And that's why we kind of have this, like, it has to be based on how you interpret it. we have done everything in our power to write this plan in a way that is completely crystal clear, right? You've met the metric or you have not. And so if you were to approve the 2 years, you would have that sort of to know that the progress was being made.
And in between, I just I feel like the Aspire needs some type of way to be held accountable to the metric. And 2 years is an expansive period of time. I know people feel the heat currently, right? And I say this in all respect, and we want people to do well and students to do well. We want them in spaces that you know, build them up and not just spaces for just jobs, right? These jobs that people have are geared, or the positions and anything are geared toward educating students so that our students can do well, so our city does well, you know? And so I'm just, is there ways to where would Aspire have to would it agree with us or things like that? Or how do we implement, like, if they're not doing what they're supposed to do within a year and they're coming back, how do we do anything except for say, well, I guess we'll see you in another year? Like, what does that look like?
Can I ask Tony to speak to that? Because we have talked about it in quite some detail, and I think he, as the representative of Aspire, can speak to how they see that, and then I can add in. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be great. And it's just the power of a board to actually make any substantive change outside of now and in 2 years. That's the question.
Totally agree, and I understand that, Trustee Rhodes. So the plan is has quarterly checkpoints. So that's one place where we could work with the Sac City staff to say, have we met quarterly or biannual checkpoints? The other part is there's an annual oversight visit required of every charter that you all authorize. So once a year, Dr. Goldman and her team come out to the school. So you'd have a very substantive place to check and say, is the school doing the things that we said we were going to do? And then also we do have the iReady data, which is a mid-year and a beginning of the year assessment, which is noted here, and I will say shows market growth from the time that Principal Williams was here to the second administration of that assessment. So I feel very confident and could stand on, if you wanted to use that annual oversight visit as a checkpoint to say, are we doing the things that we said we were going to do? Is the data demonstrating the growth that we know will come? That seems completely fair and reasonable. And I'm in no way saying that the school is where it needs to be, but also I would say that the community is here for the school, that folks have chosen the school when they could have chosen other schools. And so to take that away also is a tough decision. So I understand it's not about staff. This is about scholars as well, and that I do this work for scholars. So the other part is, the other alternative is we would then appeal to the county Office of Education if we were denied, and I don't want to do that. We've been partnered for almost 23 years now, and the school has been a California Distinguished School. It has been a Blue Ribbon School, and it is not where it needs to be right now. I just love the opportunity to get the school back to the prominence that it had once had, and I can go into a plethora of reasons why, but we have made the adjustments to make those changes happen.
I think the other piece of this that I know I've spoken about with the team, and they can comment if they want. My understanding, and we don't have this in writing or anything like that, but my understanding in my conversations with Aspire Central Valley is that if they don't meet this metrics, they have no intention of coming back and asking to come back again, right? So if they don't meet this metrics, they themselves see the need for this school to move to no longer be. And you know, I don't know that we have a legal way to hold them to that, but it is certainly something that they have expressed, that the plan is not to come back again and again and keep asking for 2 years.
And that's reflected in the letter that I sent last night, and also on the backside of this as well.
Okay, I definitely will leave the other questions or motions to my colleagues. A lot to think about, but I will say that I actually, from seeing the thing, I see there's a possibility of them doing better, but it's unfortunate that you don't see the information currently. It's kind of also perplexing that the information we receive from our team seems to be giving two different messages. I'm actually disappointed in that as we are receiving something and seemingly seeing something else, which further makes things more difficult. It's okay. We're here. We do difficult things, and we can. But I'm interested in just seeing where's the there, and how do we hold people accountable to our students while providing opportunities when you see new leadership and different energy. So those are my words now. Love to see where the board goes with this, but thank you.
Member Ibarra.
Amanda, thank you for giving us two clear options of what to choose from. I hear the comments from everyone tonight on the board, but there's this cloud over us that we are not good financially. And I'm just going to call out what's there. And when I look at the next agenda item we're going to talk about, our conversations tonight aren't going to get any easier. And so based off of what you have shared with us in your letter and the infographics and kind of going back and forth, and I hear Board Member Rhodes, and I get it. Nobody wants to be the person to talk about the tough part. But if we look at page 7 in this presentation, we look at fiscal years, revenue, expenditures, deficiencies, and fund balance. It doesn't look different from what we're doing. And so for me to say, yeah, let's go ahead and explore what that looks like, even with oversight, we still have to worry about SCOE and fixing our own financial mess. And so when I think about that and I look at that you are servicing 50% of students that live outside Sac City, that weighs even heavier on me because it's a school of 200 students. And then I look at number 4, and it's very heavily dependent on grant funding. And that's actually what got us in the mess that we are in here in SCUSD. So all of those things are weighing on me this evening. I think that you are right in all of the stuff that you've all advocated for when you came out. I saw nothing less than anything that was talked about this evening. But ultimately, we are faced with some tough decisions that, bottom line, we really have to pay attention to our oversight, specifically when we're looking at expenditures, especially when we're also talking to other folks and bargaining and just making tough decisions all around. So why am I bringing that up here? Because it's not easy, and the conversations aren't going to get easier this evening, but it's just the reality of where we are.
May I really quickly say, those are not any deficit to the district, but those are the school-based deficits. If the school were to close, Aspire takes on the responsibility for any monies owed in debt. So there is no financial risk to Sac City if the school were to close, and that is why we wrote the budget without the grants for the 2 years, so that we need to be fiscally solvent and in a positive fund balance by those 2 years. Otherwise, as Dr. Wong mentioned, we would not request another renewal. But there is no financial risk to the district. And in fact, we receive right now a 1% oversight fee for our students. So it's 1% of total budget goes to Sac City for the work that you all do. Now, I'm sure it doesn't add up. I'm sure that, Amanda's time and lots of folks' time go into that. But there is a financial benefit where if we were to switch to Sac County, that 1% would go to them and not go.
And, lastly, I just want to remind us that this is, yes, we hold the decisions in our voting, but we are here to work collaboratively with you, Amanda. So thank you for putting together what you put together this evening and for giving us two clear options. I appreciate that.
All right, if there's nobody in the speaking queue, is anybody interested in making a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go for it, Member Kayada.
So my motion, subject to Amanda wordsmithing me.
So I have words here, I just need to know which one you want to move on.
A.
Option A. So to deny the findings. Okay. So this would be the motion that Member Kayada is making, if I may read this aloud. I motion to adopt Resolution 3529A, including the findings in this staff report, and deny the renewal of the charter of Aspire Capitol Heights Academy based on low academic performance and fiscal concerns as noted in the notice to correct. Is that language amenable to?
That is my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. This is a roll call vote. I'll start with our student board member.
I abstain.
Okay.
Member Jean?
Yes.
Member Kayada?
Yes.
Member Benjamin?
Yes.
Member Rhodes?
No.
Member Ibarra?
Yes.
All right, I believe we have 4 votes. The motion passes. I do want to share, this is a challenging situation, as you all well know. And please don't take it only as a reflection on the hard work you've done and the amazing work you've done is what gave all of us pause in how to make this vote. So thank you for the work and the choices you've made and what you've done. And best of luck in discussing it with Sac County office.
So much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Vice President Jean, we have one other piece of business to go back to that I missed in our SAVA renewal.
I did too, so thank you for bringing it back.
As part of that renewal, if the board wishes, they may also approve the MOU that is in front of you. I neglected to put that in the motion language. So if anybody would like to make a motion to, we've already approved the charter, this would just be to approve the MOU that is in the board packet, the operational MOU with SAVA Sac City. You may do so.
Is anybody interested in making a motion to approve the MOU with SAVA? Go for it, Member Kayada.
I will make that motion.
Do we need any specific language for this one? Excellent. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ooh, we got a lot of eager seconds. All right, board member.
Aye.
Excellent.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. Thank you.
Moving on to 12.0, reviewing our draft fiscal solvency plan and 26-27 budget development reduction thresholds. Welcome, CBOO Markey.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good evening, Vice President Jean, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, and community. I'm Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer. This is item 12.1, our draft fiscal solvency plan, which is presented to you this evening as information. Tonight is for discussion and feedback. The plan will be brought back on November 20th for adoption. At SUSD, we begin every conversation about our finances with our core values in mind. And here's a review of our agenda. We have a lot to cover this evening. The success of the team is entirely dependent on defined roles and responsibilities. The more clarity, the better. I am here as an advisor. My role is to raise awareness and provide input where I can. This will be a difficult conversation, and the ideas I am presenting are from a collaborative effort. As the executive officer, the superintendent provides a recommendation. And the board is the authority and decision maker. Regarding fiscal solvency, the role of the board is chief fiscal steward of the district to ensure the district maintains a healthy financial position that meets all its obligations and sustains educational programs. We seek your wisdom, board. What is your direction to solve our budget concerns? What will you allow us to do? And how will you maintain accountability for implementation of your direction? Before presenting the fiscal solvency plan itself, I'm going to start with context and promote shared understanding. I will move through this part at a quicker pace because it is a review. For anyone who would like a more comprehensive explanation, please review the recorded broadcast of the September 18th, 2025 board meeting for the entire right sizing update. On September 18th, I provided a right-sizing update to the board that accompanied the 2024-25 unaudited actuals presentation. During that presentation, we discussed that after the board adopted the 25-26 budget in June, 2 subsequent events, the 24-25 unaudited actuals report and the negotiated agreement with SCTA, changed the fiscal outlook as compared to the approved 25-26 budget. Those changes created 2 fiscal challenges which we are working to address. Those 2 challenges are projected cash insufficiency for the current year and a projected multi-year structural deficit for the current and 2 subsequent budget years. First, and challenge number 1, we're going to look at the issue of the multi-year or structural deficit. Here is our multi-year projection. It is the same we looked at previously. Challenge number 1, the multi-year deficit, is all about that negative ending fund balance and the inability to meet the minimum state reserve, for which SUSD is approximately $15 million annually. I'm going to break the structural deficit down into parts, beginning with the current year. Recall the unaudited actuals identified an unexpected decrease in general fund unrestricted fund balance. Circled here in red, this is calculated as the difference between estimated actuals at second interim and unaudited actuals at the end of the year. This is an explanation of the $43.2 million difference from the unaudited actuals executive summary available on our website. For additional detail, please see the entire document. Here, I'm highlighting the change in unrestricted fund balance. The orange circle was the projected balance at estimated actuals, just over $100 million. The red circle is the final unaudited actuals fund balance, about $62 million. Keep that red number in mind, please. Last year's ending fund balance, the $62 million, is this year's beginning fund balance. Here, you see that in action. The beginning unrestricted fund balance this year is the same as the ending fund balance last year, $62.3 million. Remember, fund balance is not cash. Fund balance is the math of all revenues minus all expenditures plus starting balance. Fund balance is a projection of the entire annual budget snapshot. It is one-time funds, not ongoing dollars. Notice the large red arrow. It is pointing to the total amount needed to meet all obligations, including but not limited to the minimum state reserve. You can see that number is $42.9 million. So I'm going to pause here to recap what I just walked you through. I am not quite sure how, but the math has triangulated to produce multiple instances of $43 million within these budget challenges, and it's really confusing. I've been asked so many times about it, so I know the questions are out there. The difference between the 24-25 estimated actuals and the 24-25 unaudited actuals is $43.2 million. Rounded down is 43. The difference between the updated 25-26 projected beginning fund balance and projected ending fund balance, which includes the minimum reserve, is $42.9 million, also rounding to 43 million. 2 different $43 million figures due to rounding and simplifying. Warning, there's another $43 million we need to discuss coming up, but that's in a few slides. Okay, so that was the dive into the current year deficit. Shifting now to the next 2 years. This is the same multi-year projection, but now we are looking at the 2 columns farthest to the right. The deficits in 26-27 and 27-28 are separate than and in addition to the current year deficit. Yes, absolutely, solutions compound. The more ongoing cost reductions that are made, the better for improving the multi-year projection overall. We are certainly bringing those types of options to you in the fiscal solvency plan ideas. However, this is to highlight that the reductions made must be significant for the scale of correction needed. We discussed the impact of the $43 million change to fund balance at unaudited actuals. The second significant event after budget adoption was the AB 1200 estimated cost calculation of the negotiated settlement with SCTA. We reached agreement at the end of June, and this is the slide from the presentation on September 4th when the board approved it. As shared at the time, these calculations are the new expenditures added to the budget each year. Our team worked hard to include the projected costs of the negotiated agreement into the multi-year projection provided to the board with unaudited actuals on September 18th. They did this by adding the costs into the fund balance commitments each year. The amount of expenditures added each year is highlighted by the red arrows. As the costs indicate, this was a significant investment in multi-tiered systems of support staffing and holistic whole child services for our students, as well as salary increases for competitive total compensation packages. Now that we have made these new commitments with our limited resources, we now have to balance that with reductions of other costs and programs. On September 3rd, Sacramento County Office of Education provided approval of the district's 25-26 LCAP and budget. Additionally, they provided feedback on the costs associated with the settlement agreement. At the time, SCOE highlighted that without reductions, the district may be at risk of insolvency. If you have read the letter from the County Office of Education, you saw it notes they find that in addition to the $23 million in staffing cost savings already projected for 25-26, SUSD needs, I apologize, it's for 26-27. SUSD needs to identify an additional $35 million in savings to remain solvent. Of the already assumed $23 million in staff reductions next year, $8 million was due to declining student enrollment. Fewer students, fewer staff. Additionally, SUSD assumed an additional $15 million in reductions to be identified during the budget development process. Although reductions are never easy, it is easier to make reductions in subsequent years than the current year already underway. This is because we can plan ahead and use the budget development process. And I highlight this specifically because part of the fiscal solvency plan banks on the budget development process to address future reductions. We will discuss that further in a few slides. Okay, that was all related to the first challenge, the structural deficit. The second challenge, challenge number 2, which is the more concerning and urgent challenge, is the issue of a projected current year cash insufficiency. Here's a look at our 3-year cash flow projection, the projected amount of cash on hand each month. Remember, cash is different than budget. Cash is money out the door each month to make our payroll, vendor payables, and other commitments. I'm sure you're immediately drawn to the negative cash flow of the subsequent years, and I agree this is concerning. However, as we right-size through the budget development process, we will have more control to correct that. I want to take your eye to the first box from the left, the current year projection. All months look okay, and then June is very anemic, with only a small remaining balance at the end of this fiscal year. This is concerning because of unexpected expenditures, as well as those that just aren't yet budgeted. For example, we are currently bargaining with our SEIU labor partners, and economic proposals have already been made. The final ending agreement with our classified SEIU partners will require more cash expended than is currently projected, further creating concerns for the amount of cash we have on hand by the end of the year. And this is just one example. Recognizing that that was a lot to go through, even as a repeat, I have provided this summary to break down the different challenges as well as the approaches needed to address them. Our financial data is absolutely alerting us to distress. Our financial data projection instruments serve the purpose of being a bellwether, our barometer, an alert system to bring our attention to threats of instability so we may address them and stay on course to our goals, which includes fiscal solvency. However, it is not the numbers that are the issue necessarily. It is the spending and planning behind them that should be taken note of. Yes, our financial data is sounding an alarm, but it is our district practices that require triage. Lack of consistency, lack of continuum, lack of strategies that maximize funding, lack of cost containment strategies, departmental silos, system redundancies, and a culture that quilts together compliance, which is neither inexpensive nor optimally effective. What I'm here saying is that our financial data is alerting us to concerns. However, where were the programmatic alarms? How are we ensuring that every dollar is maximized every day across our whole system? How we respond determines our future. Stability is always our goal. The final slide of context is the October 10th letter received from Sacramento County Office of Education after their review of our unaudited actuals data. SCOE determined that we are lack of going concern, which was no longer might be, and that they find more interventions are necessary. As part of the district's required response, we are reviewing this draft of the fiscal solvency plan tonight in order to work towards a board-adopted plan prior to the December 1st deadline indicated in their letter. As I shared, the draft fiscal solvency plan I am presenting tonight was a collaborative effort, and it is a collection of ideas and perspectives. Before reviewing elements of the plan, I want to cover parameters that were considered in determining the right ideas to bring forward, as it is intended to be responsive to the board direction and feedback already received. The board adopted budget guiding principles in June 2025 alongside the budget. These guiding principles provided a path to developing our fiscal solvency plan. Of course, at the center of our work is always the local control accountability plan. The goals and actions contained within it provide a critical lens through which ideas were vetted. Resolving the concerns we have requires significant effort and noticeable changes. However, we continue to work diligently to ensure that our students' educational experiences and opportunities are not limited by the decisions that need to be made. Similarly, there's absolutely no intention or direction to fail in implementing lawful requirements or collective bargaining agreements in establishing the fiscal solvency plan. In knowing the decisions that have been made and the budgetary challenges we face, I come back to this question, which is really the question we're trying to solve for. As we move into reviewing the fiscal solvency plan together, we are seeking your wisdom, board, on identifying the priorities of the past that will not continue forward in order to create room for the new investments that have been made. It's what we know we had to do no matter what. However, due to the limited resources and no more one-time funds, we must move at a very rapid pace. Finally, for me, I think the most important questions are, do we have the will? Do we have the fiscal discipline? You will wonder many things. Does this all add up? What is the number we need to get to? Do we really have to do this much? How much does that get us? I can make you plan after plan after plan with many pretty spreadsheets that all show, yes, all the numbers add up. However, it doesn't matter. None of it matters unless there's fidelity of implementation and accountability to ensure that hard decisions aren't undone in the shadows. As the Chief Fiscal Steward Board, it is really important to consider what accountability looks like and what our organization really has the discipline to do. Here we are at the draft plan. Tonight, I am presenting you with concepts and information. I will walk through each one to provide detail. I am seeking your feedback and advisement to deliver a plan for adoption at the next meeting. There isn't one perfect solution or one area to cut and everything is fixed. This is a complex problem that requires a multifaceted approach. I also don't have numbers in these slides yet because, yes, I can project values for many things. However, none of the items on this list help us if it isn't implemented. I've been encouraging you to seek to understand the impact of each idea, regardless of the savings it may generate. Additionally, we are in a tough place. There isn't a lot of room to remove lines from this list, although, of course, board, you may. Please provide additional ideas if you have them, certainly. Finally, you will see that the items to be frozen are also included in this plan so that the board may determine when those actions are unfrozen or thawed in the future. Friendly reminder, this is for unrestricted general fund only. Restricted resources, grants, and supplemental funds need to maintain solvency and not overspend as always, but those resources are not affected by the freezes or the fiscal solvency plan. As we go through the draft ideas, keep in mind there are several different challenges and related solutions that we are trying to target. First, let's look at the ideas for the current year. I've organized this into goals and related actions. So always we start with, as you know, looking to increase revenues because our two options are to increase revenues or decrease expenditures. So under increasing revenue options for the current year, the first action is the OPEB disbursement. So OPEB is other post-employee benefits, and we have a trust external to our general fund that we make deposits to in part by employee contribution. Every employee has a contribution withheld from their paycheck, and we make those deposits into the trust for that purpose. At times, the district has also opted to add more money into that trust. It is well-funded, and our actuarial on it looks very healthy. At most, we could take a $20 million disbursement from the OPEB trust to offset benefits costs that we have used unrestricted funds for. So we would take the OPEB disbursement, and that $20 million would then free up $20 million that's currently being used out of unrestricted general fund to put that back down into the fund balance. That's one option here, or an action. Action 2 on this page is to reclass restricted funding. So we've already been doing this. We are really rolling up our sleeves and digging in, but we are looking at any areas of our restricted funding that have a balance that is yet unclaimed, that we could move charges currently budgeted in unrestricted general fund over to these restricted grants. And I've given you a couple of examples there. The third on this page is an adjustment for grants overall. We as a district did not do a 45-day budget update, which is perfectly fine. It's not required. We didn't have a significant change to our budget, which is typically when you would do it. However, based upon the adopted state numbers and some additional monies that became available that we weren't aware of at budget adoption because the state hadn't solidified them yet, we do have a little boost in revenue, and we will, of course, adjust for those grants, but that will increase our revenues slightly. Goal to reduce our current year supply expenditures. So actions here. Eliminate the use of a blanket purchase order. So currently, as many districts do, we allow for what's known as a blanket purchase order, which is a large lump sum amount to a vendor. Typically speaking, Office Depot for supplies. So a school or department would do a blanket PO for the entire year of $20,000. And then over the year, as they needed supplies, they would order and pay off of that blanket PO. Well, and it's not uncommon, what you can imagine is that at the end of the year, with balances on those POs, people just start ordering all kinds of things and spend it down, which is fine. Schools need things, department needs things. But the use of blanket purchase orders encumbers large sums of money. It may not be the best use to maximize every dollar with big spend downs at the end of the year. And frankly, at the end of the year, we release a large number of blanket POs that were never fully encumbered to begin with. So we think that eliminating the use of blanket POs and tightening that up helps our cash, but it also helps us maximize our dollar use. Second, closing out the supply blanket purchase orders that are already approved. So not only discontinuing that practice going forward, but going back and sweeping out the blanket purchase orders that are there and saying, department or site, if you need supplies, order it as needed, but no more blanket POs. Releasing that money back into the budget. Next is to reduce departmental supply budgets by 30% from adopted budget. So this is departments only, that's specified here, it's not sites, but that's going into department unrestricted general fund supply budgets and just sweeping out 30% and bringing that back down into the fund balance. So departments would have to figure out how to operate without that money for the year. We made an exception for custodial. We don't want things to get messy. Next, to delay the purchase of adopted math curriculum until after July 1, 2027. So board, you are on track to hear a math adoption later this year. We would have to encumber the purchase this year, but then expend the money next year. It's a 2 fiscal year crossover situation when you're adopting and purchasing curriculum, because everybody's adopting and purchasing curriculum at the same time. You want the books and supplies in for the beginning of the year so that students have it in their hands. So we are recommending or asking board if you think that the action to actually delay that curriculum and delay that purchase, which is a few $1 million until July 2027, which is pushing it out, but that helps us with our budget situation right now and also helps us with our cash. Next is to delay the purchase of Chromebook refresh until after July 1, 2026. Chief Rocco is not here. However, shout out to him and his team. They had set aside about $3 million for the Chromebook refresh this year. Due to an issue with a federal grant, he feels like he could easily put back into the system $2.5 million, delay the Chromebook refresh, and that's in part because of his team coming together and doing more to repair our Chromebooks. So rather than Chromebook broken, get rid of it, it's Chromebook broken, can we fix it? Yes, put it right back into the mix. In doing that, that absolutely delays a large lump sum order and cash going out the door. Second to last is to remove single-use printers and to discontinue ink and service. Single-use printers are incredibly expensive, so that's single-use printers referring to like everyone having their own printer at their desk or in their office, but also having copy machines that people are networked and able to print to. But it's just handier sometimes to print it where you're sitting. For some people, having a single-use, their own individual printer, it's an emotional thing. I'm not going to deny that. There are people hearing me say this right now that are in panic. However, they are expensive, and the ink is very expensive. So if we remove the practice of that, we do think there's savings there. Last on this page is to freeze supply purchases unless required for operational compliance. So really just asking our leaders, our department, and even our site staff, if we can go without it, if we don't need it for compliance, let's make that choice. Next is looking at current year salary costs. As you know, we certainly aren't seeking to lay off staff in the middle of the year. However, even if that was an option to jump to triage, well, no, it's not an option to jump to triage. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not a good idea for current operations for our kiddos, but also we just don't really have that option because of statutory timelines for reductions in force. But what can we do within salary costs? Because we know that salary and benefits costs are the largest part of our budget. First, as we've already proposed, and you've seen these because they're the freezing hiring on non-classroom positions. If for any reason a teacher vacancy exists, we don't think that it is prudent to say we can't hire that teacher, but for sure we could look at other non-classroom affecting positions and hold on the hiring until we're in a better fiscal position. Next is to freeze per diems unless required for operational compliance. Our partners in human resources under Chief McCarn have been doing so much work to look at our per diems process and how to tighten it and rein it in and to try to help us figure out how we can do better within that process to know what's coming down the pipe, but also to try to shore up our cash situation. So by freezing the per diems altogether, unless it's needed for operational compliance, we believe that will definitely help save dollars going out the door. Not that the work on per diems isn't important, it absolutely is. However, there are most certainly dollars there, and we're looking at compliance specifically. Next is to freeze overtime unless required for emergencies, same type of thinking. Freezing sub-release unless required for IEPs, a continuation of similar thinking. Freezing new non-represented job descriptions for the current year. We believe that new job descriptions are highly likely to be needed for the upcoming year, especially if there is movement and consolidation of departments and roles. We're trying to think about doing the same amount or more work with less staff. We think that job descriptions will have to capture that, but for the current year, with all of these freezes and things going on, we think that this helps signal to the system that there's no new non-rep job descriptions for the current year. And then last on this page is to freeze non-represented position reclassifications for the current year. So that would be any consideration for a position that needs to move to a different reclassification, perhaps for significantly different or more work, but freezing those as well. Again, all within the realm of fiscal solvency. Continuing looking at salary costs. Next is to establish a system for all per diems to be pre-encumbered. Again, we are really looking at our per diem process. Per diems are supposed to be pre-approved. However, I believe Chief McCarn found that over 65% in fact come in after the work is already done. Next is to reconcile and resolve inaccuracies in the position control system. This is something the district has been working on for years. We continue to work on this. We've identified there are positions in the position control system we don't intend to fill, and we need to scrub those out. I want to say thank you to Assistant Superintendent Cindy Tao and her team. She's not here this evening, but they have really dug in to try to correct as much as possible in the position control system ahead of October 31st. That way it could be reflected in your first interim report. The next is no fall, what we refer to, or what I refer to and other people have adopted, is no fall true up for sites based upon the CBED's enrollment. So we give sites allocations based upon projected enrollment in the winter, and that's what we staff to. Then the first Wednesday of October is our enrollment snapshot day. It's the most important day for attendance all year. And we use that to go back in and look at actual enrollment compared to projected enrollment. And if a site has more enrollment than projected, we true them up on things that are not contractually obligated. So if a site has more enrollment and they need more teachers, that's contractually obligated, and we need classrooms, we're going to do that. This is for things that are not in our collective bargaining agreements, things like the site discretionary account, which is based upon enrollment, certain non-contractually obligated positions, things like that. So rather than taking things away from school, what this action is referring to is just not pushing more in unless it's absolutely needed. Second from the last here is to identify and close non-represented vacancies. So this goes beyond freeze and even beyond the position control cleanup. If there are non-represented vacancies that we feel like we can close and just pull out now, that's what we are asking our leaders to look at and do. Last on this slide specifically is to reassign certificated management employees to classroom vacancies. That is something that Chief McCarn said is possible, and it would help potentially cover classroom vacancies, and that's going to be position by position specific. Here, we're looking at 25-26 contracts and services costs. Again, from the freezing that non-required travel, and this is not including field trips. This is adult-only travel to conferences that is not required. Next is to freeze new contract agreements unless required for operational compliance. So we are at the first week of November. We have several contracts already in place. This is saying no new contracts will be approved unless we absolutely have to have it for compliance. Next is to look at the contract agreements we've already made and seek out what we might be able to cancel that won't disrupt required operations. Not all contracts could be canceled. However, if there are some that we absolutely need to look at that and engage that language. Next is to deactivate no-use cellular phones assigned to active employees. It's not a large group, but we do have active employees who have district-assigned cell phones, and based upon the data we reviewed, they just have zero or very few calls or zero or very few texts. We could deactivate those. Second from the bottom is seeking the board to consider designating one primary law firm, such as F3 or Lozano Smith, or there are other law firms as well that could be considered. Those are the two primary we work with, but in discussing our expenditures, it was recognized that having the seemingly primary relationships with both F3 and Lozano Smith currently, we have seen double expenditures in people seeking out opinions from both firms on the same thing. So we think a designated primary law firm would help reduce legal costs by streamlining whose advisement we are seeking. Finally, discontinue USPS snail mail hard copy information and replace with electronic delivery. The gentleman that spoke previously in the SEIU comments, actually, this is one of the examples. They are right. It came from our employees all the way up. It came to me. Why do we still send report cards? Can't we send them digitally? So there's this recommendation here, and it should go beyond that. It really should be, if there's something for lawful compliance, we have to hard copy mail, like a truancy letter, right? Then we still have to do that. But if we don't have to hard copy mail something and we can send it electronically, let's explore those options. I think lastly here in the current year, until we get into the bold red slide, but we're looking at just overall program costs. So the top action here, relocate classes from McClaskey to Charles A. Jones. Our adult education program year over year takes a small contribution or receives a small contribution from general fund for operations. And the director and team of our adult education program has really taken on their budget and is working tirelessly to reduce that contribution down to zero. And they recognize that having the program split between the two buildings was an overwhelmingly large cost that was not necessary. And that idea came from the team. Hey, we think we can move these programs, consolidate everything to Charles A. Jones, and it could save potentially upwards of $800,000 to $1 million a year. And so the leadership at Charles A. Jones and the leadership of our facilities team have come together to make a plan in order to do that. Right? Like things that we can do that without disruption, continue the program, but use our facilities and resources with better discipline. Second and last on this page is a recommendation to the board to agendize board workshop or workshops for a facilities optimization and consolidation planning discussion. We have the same number of buildings after several years of declining enrollment. And we think that it would be prudent for the board to consider changes, and perhaps the board thinks that all things considered, we stay the same, but it would be healthy for that conversation. And in fact, you have board policy, I believe it's 71111, that says that this is a prudent practice of the board and supports this thinking. So that's the bulk of the plan for the current year, but we've also added in this idea of emergency procedures for 25-26 in case that's not enough, in case first interim report is certified as negative, in case there is more alarm. However, board, you may decide to move these or cancel out this whole idea, but we bring this idea to you just as an additional tier of more triage in the current year. The first goal is to increase 25-26 cash with a tax revenue anticipation note that does absolutely nothing to correct our deficit or fund balance. It's a short-term loan. It would be cash triage only, but that is an option we are exploring just in case we need it. It does have to be repaid very quickly, though. So you have to have the cash to repay it. Next is to reduce 25-26 salary costs by considering implementation of furlough days for non-represented employees. Anything beyond that would need to be negotiated. And then finally on this page is to reduce 25-26 non-salary costs, which would look like eliminating all supplies and contracts budgets not encumbered by January 31st. So January 31st is the cutoff, as you know, for our second interim report. And it is well over halfway into the year. So as an emergency procedure board, this action is saying that as of January 31st, if you haven't spent it on supplies and contracts by then, we're saying you're not going to spend it for the rest of the year and pull back all those dollars into our fund balance. So everything we just reviewed is related to correcting both the cash and solvency concerns and the minimum fund balance deficit for the current year. Next, we're going to review the draft ideas for future years, which would begin with the 26-27 budget development. Making these determinations will inform the allocation departments and schools receive for their budget development meetings next month. So here, again, we're going to look at this at similar things. Looking at supply expenditures, specifically continuing the elimination of blanket POs. So we're really recommending to just stop using blanket POs, not for the current year, but going forward. Reducing total supply allocation to departments and school sites overall. We know we're going to have to do that, and I have a section coming up on what that looks like in a moment. Eliminating redundant technology, hardware, and software. Again, just conversations with Chief Rocco about certainly redundant technology, hardware, and software throughout the system, and what it looks like to possibly pull that back. But for sure, redundancy is probably not the best use of our dollars. Last year, eliminating general use CalCard accounts. We don't have necessarily a lot of expenditures on CalCard accounts, but it is a place where ineligible expenditures are more likely to occur because they're not coming through our system for vetting prior to occurring. So certain leaders will need CalCards, such as Ms. Kelly Odipo, who oversees state and federal. They have to have a CalCard to book travel for our private schools. It's part of the operation that they need. But by and large, we don't think that every leader needs a CalCard account, and it would help us rein in some of the spending. Looking at salary and benefits costs, we're really zeroing in on a system for all per diems to be pre-encumbered and looking at what we can do within our ERP business system to be able to do that. That also helps us with those surprise things that show up at the end of the year that people have approved, but we don't yet have an encumbrance for in our system. Next is to maintain accuracy of the position control system. This has just got to be an ongoing commitment, even if we didn't have a fiscal solvency plan. Identifying department consolidation plan for 26-27, again, that's coming up, that is part of the decision that has to be made based upon the allocations and what those are going to look like. So this is part of our budget guiding principles already, is to look at how our departments are set up across the system, and if there's any way to perhaps merge them for efficiency and maximizing dollars. And then last is to identify changes to 2027 benefit offerings to reduce the overall district contribution. And that could look like a lot of different things. Obviously, there's potential negotiation needs there, but it's just recognizing that we have a very overall total expensive benefit package. And if we can reduce expenditures there, perhaps even without changing our benefit offerings to our employees, that's something that we should look at. Under contracts and services for next year and going forward, updating our travel procedures overall for cost containment and limiting non-required travel. Board, we've been working on an update to the travel policy that will soon make its way to the policy committee for consideration in order to be able to achieve this. Next is to reduce our total supply allocation to departments and school sites overall. I think that might be duplicate. Eliminate contracts related to ineffective programs. So if we're canceling contracts this year, do we need to bring them back next year? Is it part of an ineffective program or something we just can live without? But overall, looking at the contracts we have and letting go of the contracts we just don't need. Last, discontinuing low or no usage platforms. In the discussions that came forward, an example, we had a platform for teachers, and when renewal came up, we looked at the data and found, I think, like 2, 3, maybe 6 teachers across the whole district were using it. So obviously it wasn't a platform that was widely popular, and it was easy to let go of. Looking at things like that, where at one point something was put into place but is just no longer in use. The program costs is a meaty section of our future year, and there's a lot here. First, looking at parent participation preschool. Board, you received a presentation on this from Chief Yvonne Wright, and you know that there is a contribution needed in order to keep that program running. Next, and similar part of that same presentation was looking at the before and after school non-ELOP pay-as-you-go programs. Those are all taking general fund unrestricted dollars. Third on the list, this is the hardest part of the list to go through, is to look at eliminating the centrally funded 6th grade camp field trip support. We have been covering sixth grade camp for all sixth graders at the district office level and not requiring schools to fundraise or cover it out of their own funds, but that is unrestricted general fund. Next is to consider school consolidation plan and the boundary changes with timeline based upon the workshops that you come together and the discussion that you ultimately decide is best for the district. After that, we're looking at developing a cost allocation plan. This is work within accounting and looking at how we budget and use our indirect costs and really trying to maximize our system for that in order to ensure that we're using every dollar optimally and budgets reflect the accurate allocations they have. Establish a facilities development process for locating programs. This is something I have been working on with Assistant Superintendent Ralston and Director Browning. And essentially what has surfaced is that throughout the district for several years, maybe decades, there's just kind of this open practice where if someone, anyone, anywhere wants to move or relocate a program, that happens. Facilities is often the last to know. Typically, those decisions aren't always in alignment with the best use of resources, the best placing of the program for continuity and continuum. Like think about where some of our special education programs are placed and not placed. This is one example among many. And so rather than just kind of having this open potpourri of programs all over the place, having a process that first, the facilities team has an opportunity to engage and look at the desire to move the program, what other programs already exist, and what facility might be the best for that program and what makes the most sense overall for the district. Second from the bottom is to look at eliminating paying for testing related to GATE, International Baccalaureate, Advanced Placement, and PSAT. And then finally on this slide is to revisit and study the continuum of International Baccalaureate program. It's an extremely expensive program. You received a timely presentation just a few hours ago on the number of students that are exiting that program with diplomas and other credentials. And is it time to look at that program and consider, again, how it is set up? Continuing to look at program costs, and this is all future years. As I said, we're really working closely with our colleagues in the adult education program to eliminate that contribution across the board. They have really taken this on, and kudos to them. I do believe they will hit their goal. Eliminating the practice of priority school designation and allocations. This is within the Title I program. Every year, we get fewer and fewer Title I dollars, and the priority school designation is earmarking and removing that away from the pool that we can allocate out. If we no longer have the priority school designation, it opens up the full pot of Title I resources to be allocated out to the schools based upon comparability. Next is to discontinue sending the college-going packets, which right now are funded through a grant, but when the grant expires, to stop that practice instead of bringing that into general fund unrestricted. Then reviewing our inclusive and co-teaching practices for consistency and effectiveness. Again, looking for that consistency, that continuum, and not having different practices all over the place. Second from the bottom is to evaluate our IEP services to eliminate redundancies and maximize delivery in the least restrictive environment. And when Ms. Finley was up here earlier, she spoke a little bit about that because they are looking into this actively. They want to make sure that we are delivering an optimal special education program that really does maximize that delivery in the least restrictive environment. And then finally on this slide is to evaluate allocation method of TK classroom aids for AM/PM programs. So every TK classroom receives an aid in order to manage the amount of adults to students. And for an AM program and a PM program, we're currently allocating a 6-hour aid to both. Could we allocate a 6-hour aid across the AM, PM, and not have the additional position? I don't know, but that's what this question represents.
Vice President Jean, I'm sorry for the interruption. We've hit 10:30, so under Board Bylaw 9323, I think we need a motion to extend the meeting. Apologies for the interruption.
Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Do we have a motion?
I'll second.
And extending to what time? Because I am assuming we have a few more to go and probably a long discussion. So 11:30? Okay.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
No, thank you. So that was a lot, and actually a perfect time to pause. However, there is still more. Next is to review the work that needs to be done on setting the 26-27 allocation for departments in order to figure out where we are going to reduce allocations in order to balance our deficit. This is a simple attempt to break down the budget by chief for departments and schools. We reviewed earlier that at adopted budget, we had already assumed $23 million in reductions, $8 million of that at schools related to enrollment decline, which you can see that identified here, and an additional $15 million from departments, which was yet to be determined how it was to be divided. Then, with the review of the AB 1200 costs, SCOE determined that an additional $35 million in reductions needs to be made for the 26-27 fiscal year, which we already looked at. So this is all to show how the conversation for 26-27 reduced allocation changes with the additional investments made. We still assume the $8 million in enrollment decline, but now we have to identify $50 million in reduced allocations. Is that still all on departments? How do we determine the equity or the equality in the overall allocations given? To be clear, these reductions are the same as and not separate from the future year goals and actions presented in the draft solvency plan. So this goes hand in hand with the solvency plan, and when we're talking about the reductions for next year, those are attributable to this $50 million amount that we're trying to get to. Cabinet has been looking at this for weeks, and we don't yet have a recommendation to bring forward on this specifically. It is very difficult. Every effort is being made to keep reductions away from schools. However, it is difficult to picture departments operating, every department operating with over 40% less. Especially important to keep in mind, these department budgets also include positions allocated specifically to sites, and some of them are part of our collective bargaining agreements. The final note here is that none of this includes special education, or at least the special education contribution from unrestricted general fund, which is where the contribution comes from. Should it? Can it? SCOE has indicated that they need to know what our 26-27 budget allocation reductions will look like, and we need to include this information with our fiscal solvency plan. We have now reviewed the challenges we face, the decision-making parameters we have identified, and the entirety of our draft fiscal solvency plan. While this is a lot, and it is a lot, it is a fluid situation. At no point in time is there a final number, and nothing else will change. So while we have a $43 million deficit in the current year, and a need to reduce an additional $58 million for 26-27, it is a moving target. The board will receive the next update in December, the first interim report with actuals through October 31st. To highlight the fluidity of our situation, and this is just one example, this is a look at the potential growth in our contribution to special education in the current year. It is not a blame game, but rather to highlight there's a significant program conversation that needs to be reviewed with the board. As I shared previously, the special education team requested an additional $43 million not included in budget development, and that's the additional $43 that I mentioned in addition to the prior two. And I want to talk about why it was not included in the adopted budget, because it was for a few reasons. One, it is not standard practice to increase the special education budget significantly at budget development due to concerns related to maintenance of effort, which is the floor for expenditures year over year. Two, Historical data shows that we assess special education expenditures at each reporting period and adjust the contribution conservatively over the course of the year based upon fluctuating need. The board was clear, so this is number 3, the board was clear about concerns in special education spending and included a directive in budget guiding principles that cost containment strategies were needed. Let me be clear, there wasn't an intention to hide budget numbers, to misrepresent our total budget, or to starve students with IEPs of services. Based on our standing in June, we had capacity to support the additional needs in the special education budget as they manifested throughout the year. But that capacity was diminished when our data changed after budget adoption. However, there is a win here, board. It's messy and by no means is a reason for a celebratory lap, but the special education team has engaged in deep conversations around their budget and program more so recently than I have observed the entire time I have been here. My understanding is that you will receive a presentation at the November 20th meeting to dive more deeply into this data with the special education team, and I will probably be involved in that as well. It is important that you understand the full picture, and we look forward to bringing that to you. In addition to special education, the board needs to consider the unknowns that are in the pipeline, costs related to negotiations, the Black Parallel School Board Action Plan, the work of the still-to-be-hired Deputy Chief of Schools, and further, the things that we don't even know yet. These are all projections. It is inevitable that the numbers will change, and our plan is intentionally trying to be flexible and adaptable to respond to that. In addition to our work here tonight, we continue our work with improving the district's internal controls and responding to board direction. Since the presentation and concerns about the unauthorized contracts process on October 23rd, we have pivoted to presentations as you received earlier tonight. The board also received notification that prior year expenditures and position changes will also be agendized in the future for board review and approval before payment or implementation. We are working on a similar process again for board approval of employee per diem payments. Our next steps include the board adopting a fiscal solvency plan to meet SCOE's requirements. A fiscal health risk analysis is underway by FCMAT, the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, and the report will be provided as soon as it is available. Finally, the board will receive an update on expenditures through October 31st and projected budget through the end of the fiscal year at the December board meeting. This is another excerpt from the letter received from the Sacramento County Office of Education's October letter indicating next steps if a plan is not adopted. We're beginning to wrap up. Overly simplistic, but everything we just discussed is consolidated into this chart of actions. At a very high level, these are the steps we intend to take. The importance of teamwork, not silos, cannot be overstressed. The district's successful recovery will be found in a supportive, can-do environment that is built on accountability and leadership. Blame chasing and accusations get us nowhere. Sac City's mindset and culture is the largest barrier to our success. And this has stopped working. I wrap up here because I truly believe these are the questions that need to be explored most. It does not matter what I or we put together as a plan if we don't implement it. Savings are only realized through hard decisions and actions to shift the culture. Moving into discussion, board, as I said at the beginning, we seek your feedback. We need your wisdom and collective direction on how to move forward. As your CBOO, I don't have the quick fix or the perfect answer. If I did, I would offer it. I stand here as a representative of Cabinet to share the best information we were able to put together for you. I don't know if this meets your expectations. However, there isn't a playbook on how to navigate these challenges easily. I have always given you my best work, and this is no exception. My hope is that we have provided you with a list of solutions that you can build a foundation on, and that together we can finalize the plan our district needs to regain the stability we all want. For your convenience, I have provided a file with a condensed version of the draft for you to continue processing the many strategies we discussed after the close of the meeting tonight. Again, we will return with this item on November 20th for the board to consider full adoption. Thank you.
Thank you for that very thorough presentation. Do we have any public comment?
Terrence Gladney.
You can talk more to me. I'll make it work. Good evening. A number of things stood out in that presentation. One of which is, the LCAP process. Obviously, as a former PAC member, I, as many of my former PAC committee members, have stood before this panel and talked about how in that space over the past recent years, we have not felt heard or included. We've talked about the absence of dollars and fiscal connection to the programming being presented or available to us. And I think this really reflected in where we're at right now. We've talked about things such as not having a good identification of funds or funding sources attached to actions, the use of one-time funding for a lot of things that are not sustainable, lack of a plan for one-time funding or one-time programming or grant programming that's over a short multi-year term, not having a sustainable pathway from that or sustainable funding sources. We've talked about things such as siloed expenditures at school sites around software such as iReady and exploring things like volume license purchasing, never to be responded or having those things included in our submissions to you guys or to our superintendent as is statutorily required and expected. When I look at the programmatical cuts like sixth grade field trips and all these other things, our unduplicated pupils bring extra dollars to this district, but yet we've acted in a way to where those dollars are extra to serve all students. So we subsidize school programs that don't serve those students, and then our students are left with the crumbs as you guys fill complete platters full of bread for the rest of, we're scared of white flight, if we're gonna call it what it is. We subsidize schools in East Sac and Land Park and programs and make sure that they have what they need so they don't leave our district. And while our own students that are Black, brown, Hmong, and everywhere else in between bring extra dollars, but those dollars are not spent proportionally. So when we come before you as a school board and ask you guys to dig down deep and have those conversations, we have not seen that happen. And that's where, I just have a concern that as we cut those programmings, let's not cut funding for all sixth graders. Let's restore or retain the funding for those sixth graders that bring the extra dollars that should be supported to make sure they have the outcomes and access to those programs as they bring the extra dollars to our district. So I'm just asking that our thought processes change, but also our actions change, and we have those uncomfortable conversations as we're having right now, but really focus on the students that are supposed to be focused on and prioritized in LCFF funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Member Rhodes.
I just want to say that thank you for the presentation. I do think that all funding that's not directly impacting our school sites and our students, and all contracts that aren't directly impacting our school sites and our students should be terminated. That's my 2 cents. Things like Council of Great City Schools, stuff like that. Things that just are not like direct things for young people and our school sites. I also think that there's a conversation to be had around how we move funds from things that directly impact schools. I think that the board has said before that we want to have the least impacts to students and direct services. And so as we look through this plan, I would say that we take that in consideration as a board. There's going to be some hard decisions made, some hard cuts. And it has to happen. It actually hasn't happened fast enough. And we look like we are inactive, not willing to make broad changes. And as a district, we are continuing to be showed the same information in a different amalgamation, and then also giving a different platter of options or things we're going to do soon. But it's just currently it's just not sufficient. And so, we have to turn in a plan to SCOE very soon. I believe before actually our next board meeting. So obviously that's an issue too for the board.
We have to provide a draft to SCOE by November 15th. So the draft is now to the board. We can meet that. And then the final needs to be to SCOE by December 1st. So that's why we're bringing it back on the 20th.
Right. And this draft, the problem with the draft being sent to SCOE on the 15th, the draft of it, is that this is not an action item tonight. We don't actually, we can give direction, but we don't get to vote on these things tonight. As a board, as we continue to look how the district works, how the district has mechanisms in place seemingly to slow down, stifle, or encumber the board from its responsibilities, I would say to my colleagues that we need to right-size that as we continue to move forward for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Kayada.
All right, so I have some comments, but first I had a statement from President Singh, who couldn't be here tonight because of work obligations, but he wanted me to say this for everyone. His statement is, I fully support the superintendent in empowering the CBO to lead our efforts to right-size the district and restore fiscal solvency. Staff must work in alignment with the board's direction to bring long-term financial stability. Our district cannot afford receivership, and with potential federal cuts always looming, now is the time to act swiftly and decisively. I implore the board to support these efforts and recognize that we must continue to work together and in true collaboration. I hope others will join me in this call to act, because I was not elected to sit idly by in tough times, but to lead and make the hard decisions necessary to protect our students and our future. So that's from President Singh. And now I have my comments. I want to start by saying that I very much appreciate this presentation. It's obvious how much work went into this, and I can see in a lot of ways that you were listening to the board, and a lot of what we've discussed here in negotiations, closed session, all of it is represented here. And I very much appreciate that. There's a lot of good information here. And I appreciate mostly that we have a full slate of possible actions to adopt. I will be the first to acknowledge that none of these actions are easy. None of these choices are easy. If they were easy, we would have already done them. There are some choices that seem reasonable and seem to make sense, and we should have probably already done them, but that's not going to solve the entire problem. And that's why it's important that we need to act now decisively in one action. Because if we start trying to pick, we're going to save this, we're going to save this, we're going to save this, next thing you know, we're in receivership. And that is because, as I've said before, this is the time for action. The time for deliberation is well behind us. And notwithstanding this presentation, I have to say, similar to what Member Rhodes just shared, I'm frustrated. We have the beginnings of our plan now, but it's here too late. In my opinion, staff have deferred bringing forward any action items that would allow the board to stabilize our budget in a more timely manner. We should be taking action tonight. We shouldn't have had to wait for SCOE to demand that we do so. While staff have rejected the board's call for immediate action, others are stepping in, and that's SCOE. As stated in the presentation just yesterday, SCOE says that will now exercise its authority, which allows it to stay or rescind district actions inconsistent with our ability to meet fiscal obligations, that it will appoint a fiscal advisor, and that it will take other action as allowed by state law. This is on top of growing state oversight already in place due to the previous county warnings, aka FCMAT. We have to be honest. With SCOE coming in, that's not a partnership. That is the beginning of intervention. It is intervention, and it's heading down the road towards further intervention. It's happening because staff have continued to resist allowing this board to act. We've been calling to act, and we want to act. As an elected board member, I am ready and willing to make difficult decisions. I am ready to act on the actions included in tonight's presentation, as well as other action. That is what I was elected to do. But I cannot govern if staff won't let us lead as a board. It is taking vulnerability to admit that I'm frustrated, because as an elected official to say you're frustrated, it means you're admitting that your authority given to you by your community who voted for you has been obstructed. I am acknowledging that because I need to so that we can fix it and we can start doing things differently. A few months ago, the board had to demand a special meeting to begin trimming administrative positions and slow our spending. This was in line with the stated district priority to start cutting administrative staff in order to protect funding at the classroom level. Rather than embracing that action as a shared accountability, it's my understanding that some staff have took offense to that. They saw our decisive leadership as an act of betrayal. That tells me that the collaboration that we need is actually sometimes only valued when it agrees with the status quo. At our last meeting, we gave clear direction. We wanted an action item tonight to adopt policies for immediate spending freezes in the current fiscal year to stop the bleeding. Yet the agenda before us tonight does not give us the ability to do that. The resistance to the board taking action is not new. 3 years ago, I pushed to change external auditors, not because I distrusted anyone, but because I wanted a fresh, independent look at our budget while we still had time to course correct. We had time back then because we had the limited time COVID one-time funds, and that's when we could have started acting. Instead, staff pushed back, and the board was forced to choose sides between trusting my judgment and trusting the judgment of staff. In my opinion, it remains painfully clear that we could have faced our problems earlier with actions like that, but instead we delayed, and that delay has a cost. And I'm sorry to do this, but this is in the letter from SCOE. We are now losing our visionary chief business officer, someone who I believe has been one of the few voices willing to face our financial reality head on. She was the architect of tonight's presentation and the one that has finally set the stage for the board to act. I cannot say enough how devastating a loss this is for our district. SCOE relied on that as a reason to say that we are no longer a going concern, and I agree with them. And that returns us to why there is a necessity for board action now. We need to set the stage to deliver on this plan and to avoid backsliding as we start implementing it, and to avoid further delays. I'm underscoring a line I drew at our previous board meeting. I'm asking my colleagues to join me in reiterating our clear, express direction to staff, which is that we must take immediate action to stabilize the budget unequivocally and in alignment with this plan in a way that we cannot backslide as we implement it. And I do have some express direction, but before I get that, I would like to end by saying that we did not run for these seats to manage decline. We ran to make change. If we want to regain the public's trust, we have to start by earning it back through action. Staff's job is to support the board as we make these difficult decisions. We want to collaborate with staff and we need to rely on their expertise, but we have to act either way, and we will do so. This is our moment as a board, in collaboration with staff, to prevent us from joining the ranks of well too many districts in this state that have fallen into receivership, a fate that I truly do not wish on the communities in Sacramento. So my express direction is this, and this is in many ways alignment with the plan presented here today, but in some ways it differs a little bit, so I want to make my intentions clear to avoid any continued delays in following express board direction. So my direction is to the superintendent to direct her staff, primarily CBO, to take the following actions. First, I'm requesting that we schedule a special meeting within the next 2 weeks to allow the board to adopt the spending freeze that I believe should have been here tonight based on our prior direction. Next is that at the same special board meeting, the board be given the draft fiscal solvency plan with more detail that's available at the time, including any necessary reductions to meet our reserve requirements so that we can deliberate in advance of the next level of formal adoption. I am calling for at our November 20th meeting that we adopt the plan at that time, and that plan should realign the 25-26 and 26-27 budgets to meet our reserve requirement in full. And as the board has said multiple times before, for all reductions, we will keep the cuts away from the classroom and away from direct services to students. Finally, Another area the board has requested, as I mentioned with the special board meeting we called, is that we need to reduce the number of administrators. I am requesting and directing that we reduce it to the pre-COVID level of just under 270 FTE as soon as possible, but no later than the commencement of the 26-27 school year. We should do this first in order to avoid some of the other cuts that we desperately do not want to make. Where reductions can occur in this fiscal year by transferring administrators into those vacancies, as you mentioned, Chief Marking, that should occur. And so with that, those are my thoughts. Again, I really appreciate the presentation. I'm seeing a lot that I'm definitely on board with. Ultimately, I want to make sure that we get the action done now and in a way that we cannot backslide. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question? Just regarding a draft plan with more detail, can you clarify what more detail looks like?
I don't want to presume to know what level of detail you're going to have at any time, because I know you're under an incredible level of stress to get this done on SCOE's timeline now. I would expect that whatever you have for us at the time is something that we can discuss. It doesn't have to be written in this manner, because I don't want to have you have to spend your time to write it down.
Okay.
But we need to know, as this goes from, this is truly a rough draft, as much work has gone into it, and it starts to calcify into the final draft. Whatever is available at that time, we should be able to discuss it to make sure we're heading in the right direction.
Okay, thank you.
Member Rhodes?
Member Kayeda, I agree with your sentiments. I had a question though. You said special board meeting to be had in the next 2 weeks. I would politely amend it to in the next week.
Yeah, I wanted to offer some level of flexibility, but this is not direction, but more a suggestion. We already have scheduled a ethics training next Thursday, the 13th. I would say that at the same time, we should have this conversation. So whether it's before it, whatever.
I would agree with the next week, and if that's the time that we're all going to be here, then I think that would be good.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Thank you.
Member Ibarra.
Thank you for putting this together for us. This is a lot of information in a short time, and it was put together so gracefully, and I thank you for that. I agree with your comments this evening, Taylor, but I also want to remind us gently that this is a collaborative effort. I've been serving for almost a year now, and I'm going to take responsibility for stuff that I'm not even responsible for. But it is going to take a collaborative effort of recognizing that we have not done a great job of leading, because half the time we're not on the same page until the last minute. And that's just the reality of what it is. And I ran my campaign on transparency, and I told thousands of people literally while I knocked on their doors that I had no fear with saying the uncomfortable things out loud. So that's why I'm saying it. We have just as much responsibility as our staff. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't things that could be done better, but we're not going to make things easier until we start recognizing that we also have work to do as a board in this conversation. That is all.
So I have a couple of questions for you, and they're predominantly on process. Just kind of thinking through who was involved in developing this plan.
To be honest, I took ideas from anyone and everyone that surfaced them to me, and it's a collection of honestly things I've heard over the entire time I've been here. Wouldn't it be nice? We should do this, right? That's the funnel at the widest part. And literally people would stop me in the hallway that I hadn't even ever met before. I saw your presentation and I have this idea. So it comes kind of like a grassroots or organic place. From there, I brought it to Cabinet for us to discuss and process and work through. Cabinet gave more ideas. They surfaced ideas out of their staff and brought them in as well. And we talked through why some things just didn't have a place on the list, or for the most part, it was about adding things, which is how we came up with such a robust list. But it really did come from anyone and everyone, and anyone listening to me talk right now. If you have an idea, like, please bring it forward. There's no deadline on things that we can do to make improvements. And as you well know, I know that I don't know everything. As a philosophy student, I know that I know nothing. So I don't pretend to have all of the answers, and a collective effort was the only option, and relying on my Cabinet colleagues to help sort through and come up with what the final product was. There was an enormous amount of time put into doing that.
I really appreciate hearing your willingness and your hearing of listening to all the different perspectives, and kind of thinking through. I was teaching students today in research how it's about gathering all this info and then seeing how your mind starts putting it together. So I really do appreciate that you've been that place. I'm just kind of wondering if we were to systemically try to spread that, to say, hey, we've got a lot of amazing employees doing incredible work that are looking at systems that may have made sense at one time but aren't now, or have ideas like, why are we mailing something when we don't need to be, or why are we using schools like this? Is there a way to make it a bit more systemic as to where those get reported to and then how those get cost out or discussed?
So we have an email address that we've shared, which is budgetquestions@, and we collect all kinds. So some ideas actually came through that email address. I've worked with Chief Heap and the communications team, and we are, I don't know, I didn't have a chance to check in with him, but the idea is that we're launching a fiscal solvency landing page on the website that will house this presentation, other information, the email address to email if you have questions. We've also put together 2 different versions of an FAQ, one for internal, one for external, that is in final stages. So we are doing, I think, exactly what you're asking for, which is just creating the windows and doors for people to walk through, because, people think maybe I don't have the best idea, or, that sort of thing. And we want people to feel like bring it forward, and lots of different ways to do that.
Well, and I think back to how many of your presentations have talked about, and Member Ibarra just mentioned it as well, that the reality is we only fix this if we all come together to fix it together. And so how do we make sure we are inviting all of our employees to be a part of this conversation? Everybody who has chosen to work here and dedicate their lives to our students and our district. I think my next question is, between this meeting and our next meeting, what is your plan to gather feedback from specific leader groups in our district? Because from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's been predominantly in Cabinet conversations, and I would love to hear, like, how have we gone to specific departments? How have we gone to specific parent or leader groups? How have we gone to our employee organizations? What's the mechanism to continue getting feedback from everybody now that we have this presentation put together?
So I will say that each Cabinet chief has already done a lot of work with their relative departments and engaging not only leaders of those departments, but staff within. We have an ongoing conversation with our labor partners. I know they were as interested as you all in the community and everyone to see this tonight. So I feel like, without even having talking or presupposing anything, that as of tomorrow, we will most certainly have outreach from them, or we can reach out to them to seek their input and see what that looks like. I don't have a dedicated step-by-step plan to give you right now for next steps. It was all about getting to this point, because I wanted and feel like I needed to hear what the board's reaction and feedback was. And I'm hearing the timeliness and the urgency, but also the desire for ongoing improvement conversations. And so it's about figuring out how to deliver on both of those. And it's why there was an attempt to create a flexibility and an adaptive nature to this conversation. in order to be able to try to address those things. So with this feedback, Cabinet will again meet tomorrow morning, and I really just need to talk to my peers to get their input and figure out, now that we've done this, we've collected the board feedback and information, how are we going to build from here to deliver on the directives we received?
I think, Member Rhodes, you mentioned, and I think Member Kayada, you said it as well, the idea that we really have this desire to keep the cuts away from students and school sites as much as we possibly can. And it sounds like I just saw head nods, so that's a value that the board, the 5 of us that are here, are holding. I think the next thing that's in my heart or head is that transparency word that Member Ibarra mentioned. Like, what does it look like to be transparent? What does it look like to do this differently? Because I process how being an outsider for years in Midtown and hearing the stories that Sac City is going over a cliff, we don't have the money. And so the messaging that like, oh, you guys are just back there again. It's like, actually, no, this is a very different situation than we were in 5 years ago. When we were elected, there was $100 million in the bank, and now we're looking at, without making changes, we will be on the opposite of that in the next few years. So we have to make changes. I see it too as this opportunity to have rich conversations about what does school look like today? What are the needs of our students and our communities and our school sites look like today? Is what we're doing truly effective? I go back to the question you kind of asked, like, we have these past priorities, these things that's the way it is, that's how we've done it, and which of those are no longer serving us, that has to be cut, and which of those do we start having the tough conversation about priorities and how we're choosing to spend our funds. I think the other thing in my head in transparency and doing things differently is, how do we ensure that the conversations, like you've already heard me say, kind of systemically, how are we hearing from employees systemically? How are we engaging with the other leaders? So it's not just on cabinet, which can often feel like it's behind closed doors and it's not transparent and just those at the top are doing these decisions, and that this needs to be a system-wide conversation. There needs to be clear chains of flows of communication from everybody at their different levels, and then back down, getting answers back to people, sharing info, engaging in partnership. I got to speak with our SCIU president this week that was like, we want to partner. How do we be a part of this process, right? And speaking with SCTA saying, we don't feel like our input has been heard in this yet. How do we change that? What needs to happen? So just how do we systemically make those things happen? So it's not just we believe transparency is important, but what does that look like to make sure it's happening? And again, communication goes 2 ways, right? So it's not just to cabinet, but also back from. And I don't know what that looks like. I just wanted to share that as a heart and a value. And I'm seeing head nods over here. I don't know, Member Rhodes and Kayada, if those are things that are important to you. The reason I'm specifically asking is, I think one of the things that ends up happening is a lot of us individually say something, and then it becomes was that the whole board or was that one board member? And the reality is we need to be a unit that works. So I'm about to walk through what I believe are Member Kayada's 4 recommendations so that we can get a sense of, are all of us on board with each of those recommendations? Or is it a little more mixed, like we're not sure, or is it we're not on board? And there are only 5 of us today, which means there's a couple of voices that are missing that we'll need to connect with. But I just want to make sure that the direction is very clear, because I think, Member Kayada, you mentioned that as well, the importance of the clarity of the direction that we're giving. With that, I will stop chit-chatting because it looks like Member Benjamin wants to speak.
Yeah, I just
All you.
Thank you for this. It's hard. You hear the passion in us because one thing I learned, I'm almost sitting in this seat for a year, right? Is there's an intersectionality between, an elected and someone who's employed, right? But we're expected to work together. And that can only happen if we have just complete transparency, right? Because one of the things is it's very hard to answer questions, right, when you don't know the process, right? And so what happens is within these process, what we have the chance to do now is to input transparency into the process, right? So we don't have to walk down this again. That's my whole thing, right? My question is this, and I'm just gonna keep it real. I worry, right? Time, right? We're 9 days out from having to submit this, right? And so my question for you is, have we asked for an extension? Is there a way to ask for an extension so we can, I'd rather do it right than right now. You know, I know we're up against it, but have we considered asking for an extension so we can really kind of go through this and really be able to give you what we really feel?
I have not asked for an extension, but certainly we can pursue that.
In April.
No, you can call me April, it's good. I echo what he just asked, but also, I know we don't want to dissect this, but I'm sorry, y'all, we can't, I have a hard time just like, looking at eliminating centrally funded sixth grade camp field trips. Y'all, this is sometimes the only field trip these kids will ever go on, and that's just the reality of it. I know that was the case for one of my kids. And then that last one, that's kind of sticky. Because if you go back to when we had a preschool department, we was getting hit with a lot of violations for break because the model wasn't thought out well. So I hear the vision in this, but I just ask that a lot of thought goes into what that actually looks like when it's implemented. Because I don't want people not taking their breaks and thinking that we're going to continue a culture of that, because no, absolutely not. So that's the only thing those are the two things that I'm like, I can't, I got to air it out. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Member Kayada.
I just want to be clear that I do hold the values of transparency, collaboration, deliberation. Those are all values that I hold, and I wish we were in a position to fully embrace them. Unfortunately, whether SCOE was putting a deadline on us or not, maybe that's a difference in a month that we needed to do it. Probably not. I think we needed to do it a month ago. We've, I think, squandered our opportunity to have the level of detailed conversations that we needed to have. And we've been spending and spending and spending while we could have been preparing for this. And that is why my message is one of urgency and action, because truly in my heart, I agree with what Tara and April, what you just said, but I used to audit schools. I pay attention to schools. For some reason, I care about watching board meetings throughout the state. And these kind of conversations are the ones that I've seen in districts that have fallen into receivership or the ones who are unable to claw out of receivership, because there's always a program that's worth saving. We wouldn't have these programs if they weren't beneficial to our students. I think for me, my takeaway, and I wrote this down but forgot to say it earlier, is we need to make those cuts so that we're able to stabilize our budget, because we can't do anything if our budget's not stable. We cannot do anything if we fall into receivership and some outside administrator comes in and decides that they're not going to invest in SOSAC. So what we need to do is take the decisive action that we need to get our budget under control. And then that gives us the time, as we start to understand the true nature of our budget after we've taken that action, to build back with deliberate action and intention in line with the goals that we now share as a district and aren't necessarily the same priorities that we had 20, 30 years ago when some of these programs came along. You know, Sly Park, for example, a perfect example. We can find a way to do that in a way that meets the needs of the students that are met. I truly would hate the idea that it may take 1 year where we don't fund it in order to figure that out, but I think that is unfortunately where we are with many of these things, is we don't act. We're gonna end up talking about prioritizing lists, and we're not gonna add up to the $100 million that we need to cut in these next 2 years. I know I'm looking at Janae, but this is for the board. So I truly wish we had more time. I wish, as Member Ibarra said, that we had been better organized and governed as a board so we were capable of having these conversations earlier. There's a lot of stuff I wish I could do in the past. We need to right this ship. And I'll give you my recommendations, so if you want to go through them.
I've got them here. Member Rhodes.
I was just saying, once again, I know that you talked with Janae, and she was saying that, there's some feedback from the board that we're going to take back. Can you hear me?
Not really.
Okay, I'm talk here. So I know that Janae was saying there's feedback that we're going to take back and look at. I think that there was decisive and clear direction, and I guess what I'm looking for now from the initial direction that was given, I would love to hear what the board thought is on Taylor's initial direction. I understand that, Tara, you have some amalgamation of what you've heard and what Taylor said, but I really want to hear what my colleagues think about Taylor's initial direction, and if we're aligned on that initial direction before we hear from Tara around the accumulation of all thoughts.
Can you clarify for me what you mean by initial direction?
What he wrote, what he said, his direction he said to the superintendent, when he first wrote down and said, hey, I want these things to happen. I would like to hear what the board thinks about that, specifically what he said.
So I listened to a lot of what he said. Some of it I'm on board with. Some of it I have huge concerns about. So I don't know how to tell you what what you mean by initial direction.
So you just did exactly what I asked. I'm asking what does the board think about what Taylor said? If it's, hey, I agree with this and I don't agree with this, I would like to hear that from each of the board members.
Oh, okay. So that's actually what my plan was to go through his directions and be able to hear what each person was thinking about them. That way it's a little more aligned and all of us are chatting, unless I'll let.
So I'm just, all I'm doing is making sure that we are getting feedback on his direction that was given.
Yep.
And not a watered down version of direction. That's all.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Member Ibarra.
I think I started both times in my comments that I agree with everything that you recommended and said this evening. And then I just added commentary. So I just want to clarify that from me.
All right. So the four directions I heard, please do edit those. Okay. So the first one that I'll mention is a special meeting to adopt a spending freeze. So we already have a special meeting scheduled a week from tonight. There is currently one agenda item that is scheduled to be about 2 hours long. It's the mandatory ethics training that we need to do before the end of the school year, I believe. And then there would be approximately another 2 hours. It was scheduled to be a 4-hour meeting. We could extend that. And we can add the agenda item of discussing spending freezes to move action on that. Is everyone okay with that being on the next month or next week? I apologize. So it'd be Thursday next week. Okay. The next one was at that meeting, we would be able to hear any additional details that are moving this from a rough draft to potentially the final draft. So an update on what work has been done in that week. Does that sound about right? Do you mind if I would add that would include any additional feedback that you've gotten or meetings that you've had with other employee groups and leaders? Yes. Okay. And I would say too that it's more of a, just give us an update, not any specific directions on what we want that to look like.
So we can start moving forward.
So we can continue the conversations. Okay. And then you want us to adopt at our 11/20 meeting to ensure that what we adopt will meet the reserve requirements for would it be 25, 26, and 26, 27? Yes. Okay. So the fact that whatever draft we come to, does that mean we would need numbers attached to our, Chief Marking, would you be able to get us numbers attached to all those cuts by our meeting on November 20th to ensure that our reserve requirements are there?
We will work diligently to give you the best numbers we can. Some things just it's impossible to put a number next to it, but we have already started that work, so we will give you, of course, everything that we can come up
At
with.
that point, okay. And so it sounds like all of us are on good on that. And then the reduce administrators to under 270 FTE. Yeah, go for it, that's why I'm.
Yeah, the one you skipped was that we confirm that we're giving the reductions away from the classroom.
Oh, I thought we had already set that one, that's why I
We
didn't
have,
bring it
but we're
back
not,
up.
we haven't done this whole thing where we all agreed, so I just.
Oh, okay. I thought we had, because I'd said it earlier, but that's okay. So yes, we are confirming that our goal is to keep reductions away from student services and the classroom as much as we possibly can. Okay? And then the last one is to reduce administrators to under 270 FTE. Can you tell me a little, like, what's the timeline on that one?
So I will defer in terms of timeline to what Chief Marketing actually indicated in terms of our ability to do it. But I think we need to identify a plan, and this one probably would be for the 26-27 year. But included with it is starting the reductions now, as Chief Marketing mentioned was an option confirmed by Dr. McCarn, that we start doing that immediately, and then we adopt a plan for next year.
Okay. That's the one where I have a question mark. I just, we're going to have really hard conversations, and I know, Dr. McCarn, you've already been thinking about this, I'm sure, about staffing on all levels with everybody. And so I'm struggling with calling out any particular group without considering the rubric for decision-making in that. I appreciate the rubric you're offering, that it's about pre-COVID levels. Is that where that 270 number came from? And I think that's an interesting thing to consider, but I would want more information before I say I'm on board with that one. So that was the one that I was questioning. I don't know where everybody else is. Member Rhodes?
I would, so thank you for sharing where you stand on it. I would love to see if we have a majority of our members on the board who would want to do that, and see where we stand. So if there's a consensus of the majority of us, even if you disagree, I think we move forward. If there's not, then there's no direction there.
All right, so there are technically 5 of us, and so does anybody else want to participate, like share thoughts? Member Rhodes, I'm assuming you're supporting it?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the reducing
The reducing administrator idea.
Sorry, still new to this. I think there's already a plan inside here to start it, right? Correct? And so, and then you're basically saying you're questioning, should we just start it in 26, 27?
No, I'm questioning the hard number of 270.
Of 270.
I want more information to ensure that any numbers we're choosing are based in more than just one rubric choice.
Okay.
I want to make sure I understand what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Can you?
So I'm not entirely comfortable. We have 6 different employee groups.
Okay, yes.
And I'm not comfortable saying that we're going to look at any particular employee group and make choices without a holistic approach to the impacts on everything. Do I agree that administrators are farther removed from classrooms? Absolutely. Those are tough conversations. Do I agree that the district office is even more removed? Absolutely. Those are tough conversations. But I've also experienced when you make a cut in one place, how a program can get decimated because you don't have the right oversight anymore and things go weird ways. So I'm just wanting a lot of extra information before we put a hard number there.
So if I might offer.
Yeah.
I think this is an important item for us because this is, in my opinion, the easiest area for us to backslide. And these staff costs are very expensive. And I am flexible in terms of we set this goal and we have check-ins and the board can evaluate. And it's not that this has to happen, but the goal needs to be set and the plan needs to start to be put into place. So it's about holding to that line so that the board understands that this is actually where we want to go. Will we entertain conversation? Yes, but this is the goal until further action. And we see what the plan looks like when we actually develop it for 26, 27. And we can change our mind at that time. But I think we need to do it to get it started.
Okay. Yep. Member Rhodes?
And then, and I also think that as we do this, if we are not able to provide staff with clear direction, and it stays gray, we're going to continue to get gray responses and an ability to move in gray. And moving in gray often consists of moving outside of board oversight or control. So that's why tonight I am in full agreement of having hard direction that forces staff to make action.
All right, so does that mean we've got 4 in favor of this one?
I think so.
Okay, okay, good to know. So we have clear directions.
May I ask a clarifying question on that?
Sure.
So you're saying administrators specifically? Does that include confidential, which is not technically administrators, but often is lumped in the same group?
Thank you. That's part of why I'm concerned about this number. That would be a question, I think, to Member Kayada to start. But who do you mean by administrators specifically?
I'm worried about being too specific to prevent us from discussing a plan. I think it's the general definition of the word.
Okay.
And people who are not directly interacting with students as part of their core functionality.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Thank you for your time and your effort in putting all of this together. And I think we look forward to our next conversation in a week where we continue the hard conversations.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Have a good, I'm not sure what time it is, rest of the evening.
We've got 2 minutes to finish.
Good new day.
All right. So moving on to number 13.0, Business and Financial Information, Enrollment and Attendance Report. We have received that information. Our future board meeting dates are here on November 20th, 4:45 closed session, 6:15 open, and December 18th, 4:45 closed and 6:15 open. And we are adjourned.